has the highest level of inequality in the planet. Ignorance and poverty are enemies of democracy because they limit development and progress. Progress will never be enough if we have inequality. We cannot complete democratic system when there is backwardness. Of respectable and reliable institutions. Democracy has to give us certainty in political processes of the voters, of law enforcement, all of this, even if there is a reasonable doubt in the results of the electoral contests before they conclude. Democracy. We must understand it. We have to build it within the political electoral institutions, but with no doubt we have to have our citizens. We also have to have trust in the established institutions so that common life can go forward in peace, with stability, harmony, with better means to go forward in all areas, material ones and spiritual ones, personal and collective, with equality of opportunities for everybody, with effective social rights and not only through speeches or hopes. I think that we would all do well in accepting this. Democracy is plurality, debates, and disagreement, but also consensus, negotiation, and compromising. Democracy is based on the will of the majority, but we cannot have it without the respect and inclusion of the minorities. In our region, we still have a lot of work to do, and there are many things that we have to correct. The low education levels, the total illiteracy, as well as lack of civic education, foster behaviors where the common well-being is secondary to personal gain. And those are some of the problems that Carmen Moreno was talking about. There we have the topic of human rights. There we have the topic of the huge differences that we still face regarding gender. We have violence against women there. In the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, time, resources, and imagination has been dedicated to a construction of an electoral system that can be perfected, but that's better than what we had just a few decades ago. A system in which the political parties can compete for power in better conditions. One in which the government actions have different weights and where in many places they have eradicated authoritarian attitudes. A system in which you can reach consensus and agreements for the development of the society. A system that is more representative of the diversity and plurality of our societies. That is why we have a concern because of the expressions of lack of satisfaction of our citizens. Our citizens are expressing their lack of satisfaction, and we need to make changes in our institutions, specifically in political parties and political stakeholders. That's why it's important to strengthen the paths of democracy. Despite we have turned it into a commonplace, it's worth reiterating The problems of democracy are corrected with more and better democracy. I insist the deterioration of civic values favors individual well-being over that of the population. The trend to privilege material goods instead of spiritual aspects cause a lack of solidarity to our collective group. Our countries in the region must follow new development frameworks where knowledge is better valued, where culture is preserved, where the values are promoted, where you don't have to ask for hope, where we don't have exclusion, and where everybody can develop their capacity, where no hunger or extreme poverty exists, where we live in peace and with security, where we can fight against corruption and impunity, where we can follow democracy. This is the only way in which we will be able to talk about a consolidated democratic system. Nothing important is accomplished from morning overnight. We have to make sure that our actions are turned into a reality of the future. That's why we have to begin right away with many measures to strengthen education. That's why I congratulate you for the organization of this 6th forum. I think that to create democracy with more democracy and to see how we can even out the conditions so women can participate, maybe Laura Chinchilla can talk about these concepts. She has been a very important actor for change. She was the first woman who was Minister of Security, and she was working in hard, difficult areas where women don't work a lot, and she has been very successful with her government in Costa Rica. Thank you very much, Carmen. Good morning to all of you. I want to say thank you for your invitation. This is the 2nd consecutive year that INE invites me. I want to congratulate the chair as well as the rest of the team of INE for this invitation. But also, I want to say thank you because we are focusing on the most important discussion that Latin America has, which is the discussion on the future of democracy. It's a privilege for me to have the presence of our dear President Pastrana, my dear friend Carmen. We have struggled together in gender matters. And Mr. Narro, that has no right to underestimate his presence in this panel, because I am convinced that the president of a university of the complexity of UNAM has to be much more complex than ruling a small country such as Costa Rica. I would also like to say that you are about to leave UNAM, so I publicly want to recognize the wisdom and the wonderful job you did as president of this important institution in Mexico. So now I would like to go into the topic, if Carmen would allow me to. I would like to put the problem into context, to suggest some ideas on how we can strengthen the concept and the practice of this topic that has brought us together, which is the topic of citizenry. And I truly believe that within the discussion of the challenges of democracy that we have in this region, if we talk about the concept of citizenry, it's the one that closely relates to our obligations here, but especially from the practice of politics and the challenges of education and culture and preparation. I am convinced that with the current situation of Latin America, that since we have passed that first decade that was so glorious, where we saw economic growth, of important social impacts that reduced poverty, and for the first time now Latin America had more middle-class people in its population, the generation of jobs, more opportunities. This collection of factors were left behind. We don't know how much more, but we inaugurated 3 years ago where the economic growth lost its strength. Some economies are going downwards. Other economies are growing in an irregular way or not enough. It does not create enough jobs, and it may impact the social programs that were an example of this first decade and that allowed for the reduction of poverty. So here we face a Latin America seen from the point of view of the citizens. The states are no longer supplying the answers that they gave in the 2 previous decades. But also we strengthen this in the middle sectors. Middle class are people that have growing expectations, but they also have scenarios that cause them a lot of uncertainty. These circumstances, hand in hand with lack of functionalities that we see in our democracy, and maybe the main ones are democracies that are not responding to the citizen demands the way they should, and also democracies that are being questioned due to their levels of lack of transparency and integrity. Corruption is a fundamental concern of citizens, and democracies that the citizens think are far away. Closed democracies that are not participating and that promote very little citizen debate. So in this situation, what we see is what the numbers are showing us. The president or the chair of INE talked about it. We talked about a Latin America in which we are concerned that we are the region that has the highest level of bad political satisfaction. So we have to act as if nothing were happening. And if that were the case, we just continue with this painful process. Secondly, we can do with what unfortunately some systems have been doing, which is to reduce the quality in democracy, to have lower levels of freedom and repress political differences and social protests in a movement going backwards that we don't want to see again in Latin America. So the third scenario, and the only possible one, from the point of view of those who have always promoted democratic values, is going towards a democracy of citizens. So what does this entail? How do we take that step forward? How do we answer the questions that both governors, bureaucrats, and citizens have today? How do we go forward among joining public with private? And citizens are key for this activity. So I would say that we have obligations in the state. And when I talk about the state, I talk about political parties that participate in the parliament. We have obligations of the state towards citizens, but we also have obligations with citizens towards public spaces. In the state towards the citizens, I think that we have obligations regarding leadership, policies that we can promote, and institutions. If we talk about leadership, we cannot continue betting on a vertical closed leadership where the leader shows up and magically resolves the problems. We have to go towards a more horizontal, participative leadership. If we talk about policies, we truly do have to take ourselves seriously. Many institutions have already been promoted, but we are fearful of using it. In many countries, by constitution, we already have a democratic participation. In many countries, we already have the referendum. We already have the rules so that citizens can legislate, but we're afraid of using it. In many countries, the administration today, thanks to digital technologies, are daring to go towards the discussion of agendas, of talking about budgets, of having participative mechanisms, of delegating the resolution of conflicts and preventive actions to avoid social conflicts, but we still have a challenge in our institutions that's bureaucratic, that we have to challenge to open up new spaces for those citizens that need to have more participation. And if we talk about citizens towards public, which is citizens with the state, we also have huge challenges. According to the studies carried out, Latin America has also been a region that historically has reported lower levels of participation compared to other regions in the world. Although it's recognized that in the last years we have more social participation, but this social participation, even if it's so important in Chile to defend public education, for example, in Brazil, to defend the quality of public services, fighting against corruption, in Guatemala regarding corruption, in Costa Rica regarding the privilege of certain union guilds, in Mexico regarding violence. This citizen participation in Latin America still have certain characteristics that we have to overcome. First of all, they become episodes. We re-find ourselves in public spaces to protest, to express our concern in a specific situation, but we can't maintain it throughout time. We are talking about more reactive participations, and we have to have a more positive participation on behalf of citizens. We also have to have mechanisms that can articulate this. And I'm not talking about political parties. I'm thinking about that group of networks of social mobilization that exist in many other nations. So we also have to focus on this, and we have an obligation, because if citizens want to demand more participation, they have to understand that this participation has consequences, and part of these consequences is to know how to conquer this further participation with responsibility, civic responsibility. So to close, I would like to say that this is here where I think we play a fundamental role with civic culture and the role of education in the promotion of active citizens that is empowered, of course, but above all to have citizens that are responsible. In the end, the challenge we have in Latin America is to continue conquering liberty, and we have the favorable conditions to do so. But if these spaces of freedom, or if freedom itself does not go hand in hand with the co-responsibility, the only thing we will do is drown the democracy that was so hard to obtain. Thank you very much. Thank you, Laura. President Pastrana, it's your turn, and without further ado, I give the floor to you. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I want to say thank you to INE for this invitation today. I'm wearing a different T-shirt today, which is the International Foundation IFES of Washington. They invited us to participate here. And Mr. President and Carmen, it's wonderful to share the stage with you, to see my dear friend, President Chinchilla. It's always great to see you and listen to you. It's been wonderful to see and hear about the different experiences of the different electoral bodies and the importance of this forum that allows us to see firsthand what is happening not only in the region and in the world regarding this topic of democracy that is of such a concern to us. In this panel of education, I would say that this is a tripod for the construction of policies. And just like the President, I have some notes to share with you, and I think later on we will be able to have a Q&A session on behalf of our audience. I would begin by saying that we have something that is closely related to ruling and teaching. If ruling means to guide those you rule towards a purpose, it means that you also have to know the means so you can accomplish it. Within this context, I would say that the role of the teacher can not only be performed by the classic educator in school, but also have the participation of those that are in the community. This is how the governor can meet his role of instruction and in government and becoming a generator of well-being for those he governs. Public policies and its execution have a pedagogical component in which these have to be explained and executed, hoping that they be assimilated by the citizens who are the end users within the framework of a collective conception of ethics, because the contents and the scope of any public policy must respond to a series of values and principles, and that based on that need of generating common well-being, guide the design and the implementation of coherent, efficient, and sustainable actions. Within this context, to be able to talk about the relationship between ethics, education, and citizenry, there is nothing better than to share with you some concrete examples of some of those public policies that were designed and implemented by the administration I was in. I would like to explain these two examples. The first example, the peace policy of my government as an answer to a citizen mandate. It has an educational component to it. The component was fundamental because it was necessary to begin a pedagogy of peace, creating an awareness among the stakeholders of the conflict, in this case government and guerrilla, as well as all the social forces and political forces, both nationally as well as internationally, for the need to have a space of political discussion and negotiation because of a confrontation that has been going on in my country for more than 60 years. So I had to convince the president of U.S. I had to convince Bill Clinton. Colombia produces drugs, but U.S. was using these drugs. That's why we had a co-responsibility in handling the problem. It wasn't a Colombian problem. It wasn't the Mexican problem. Have co-responsibility. We have the biggest user. Create the Colombia plan that we have been implementing for 15 years now. So I had to convince the president of the U.S. to take it to the U.S. Congress and convince the U.S. Congress to give us the resources so we could implement the Colombia plan. And thirdly, another educational component, which is the lobbying in the European Parliament, where we needed social investment. And finally, another educational component for peace, the multilateral bank, the Inter-American Bank, and the World Bank, to educate them for the post-conflict. And in the mechanism we had to implement, it was fundamental to have the backup of the multilateral bank. But it also had an ethical component. And I have always said that this peace policy was based in the supreme respect of human rights, beginning by the respect of the human life itself. We also structured it based on respecting democracy with the mandate of the citizens that wanted peace. And with the building of this dialogue, we always followed the principle of good faith, that even though sadly it was affected by certain actions of FARC, but however, we still have a testimony for the history of Colombia of a true reality of creating a space of discussion and consensus with stakeholders that never before had gone so far searching for peace. So which was the ethical component? Peace. 6 months before the elections of 1998, where I was elected, 10 million Colombians in electoral post that was not counted, that it was promoted by the young people of Colombia. They voted if the country wanted or did not want the peace. And up to now, nobody has been able to have a vote as large for peace in the parliamentary elections that took place in 1997. That was a mandate for the coming president. The president that was going to be elected 6 months later knew that the mandate of the citizens was not to deal with economy and this and that. The problem was how to face and accomplish peace.
Secondly, in this ethical topic, during my campaign, I undertook during the first and second round that if I would win, the first thing that I would do was to go to the jungles of Colombia to speak to the chief of the guerrilla. No one believed me. They say, Pastrana, president, is totally crazy if he wants to go into the jungle. But the first act that I did as president was to fly on with the peace commissioner, and I went and sat with the chief of the guerrilla and talked about that. And that was the commitment that I had. And I told Etero Fijo, here I am. How many guerrilla members do you have? And he said, as you said you were coming, we have 2,500. And I was there only with the commissioner, so I could have been kidnapped or retained. But I was actually fulfilling my commitment. So that was my ethic. And thirdly, in Colombia, they talk about the empty chair a lot. When there was a commitment in that meeting with Barulanda, when I told him we're going to sit together and we're going to begin with the negotiation process, and he did not meet his words. But I did go on January 7 with the international community and sat with an empty chair. He left the empty chair. I sat as president, and he never arrived. He did not fulfill his word. And he did not at that time. Why would he do it now? And then the citizens component. Never before had we built such an ample space of citizens' participation to speak about the conflict parties. And it was a proposal to discuss in order to achieve peace in Colombia. This citizen area was not only in a giving area that was known as the opening area, that had been analyzed by several analysts. All the political forces, all the business forces that could participate by contributing with ideas did contribute to help in the implementation of a citizens' mandate for peace. And that mandate was very important. First, as government, we believed that the peace process needed to be very, very transparent. So all the talks and meetings that we had with the guerrilla have been written down and filed. I actually created a web page that I titled it The Private Library of President Pastrana, because we don't have the resources to build one that is general. But I have that one, and I have all the information of those meetings so citizens can actually go and audit it. All the conversations have been written down. That is why the last agreement entered with the guerrilla, the justice agreement, no one knows about it. We have asked the president, and it does not exist. If they actually signed it, it is a non-existence agreement. Secondly, how could we achieve the participation of the citizens? Well, we, every Saturday, in the national TV channel, broadcasted the meetings with the guerrilla with the participation of citizens and NGOs. For example, there was an environmental issue. We're going to talk about what and how we're going to preserve the environment. Every single NGO participated from 8 in the morning to 1 p.m. Live TV national broadcasting. And then we also opened this space so that citizens could participate. You must remember, many of young people here may remember, this space that we opened for the search of peace. We invited politicians, businessmen. We also invited foreigners to participate directly with the guerrilla in our conversations. For example, we had the president of the Brokers Exchange in New York to talk about how the world was changing from the economic point of view. We also had the Queen of Jordan, who was in charge of getting rid of all the mines in very complicated areas. And we had business people, and important business people sat and talked with the guerrilla and shared, and all the political parties had their opportunity to talk with the guerrilla. So I have talked about 3 important components of a given example. I was going to give you another one, but I think we don't have more time, Laura. But the important thing was to share that education, ethics, and citizens are the most important elements to create a tripod to implement public policies in our continent. Thank you. I believe that you have already created more questions now. And we have very, very little time, and it would be impossible to read all. But I'm going to put on the table 3 basic topics on which the questions have been based on. The first topic is the topic of networking, quality of democracy and corruption. This union between these 2 things. Is it possible to have high quality democracy with corruption, and what can citizens do in order to improve that situation? The second question is, which is the possibility that democracy improves through international support or with the use of other experiences? And the third one, it's actually a question that surprises. Are there any other schemes that could be used besides democracy? I think it is important that we bet on democracy, that we believe that there are no other options, that it's not perfect, that we need to improve it. So please, let's dedicate 3 minutes, each one of our panel members, to make a comment, a final comment on any of these questions. Should we start with Mr. Pastrana? Actually, during my participation, I had the intention of talking about the ethics, which is fundamental if we want to strengthen democracy. We lived it in Colombia years ago, and we were not able to go deep into the problem. And I believe that we are still trying to fight that crime. And I'm talking about drug dealing. You may remember the 1994 campaign. I lose because the other candidate receives 15 million US from drug dealers. In Colombia, drug dealers bought the presidency. And I made a report, but the problem was never deeply analyzed. And therefore, not only drug dealers bought the presidency, but also bought Congress and also bought municipalities, councils, etc. So it was very, very difficult to tackle the problem, but we were able later to do it. Actually, because we were not able to do that, I was the first to file a complaint, a citizen's complaint. But the most important element was the participation of the rest of the citizens. Unfortunately, those that did not act at that time was the judiciary, especially the General Attorney's Office. But this is something fundamental because, as Laura said it, and as I have said it, what's endangering democracy currently is corruption. Look at Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and Guatemala. Look at what's going on there and what's actually endangering democracy, because it happens every day, are corruption scandals that we have seen. Thank you, Mr. President. And now we pass the floor to Laura Chinchilla. About the questions that you mentioned, I'm going to begin with the third one. There is no other choice. There is no other choice to democracy. Maybe it is not the best system for government. Well, maybe there are more choices. But with all the problems and defects that democracy has, it's the best one. The problem is that when you ask Latin Americans, and this has already happened 10 years ago, when they were asked if they were going to choose between development and democracy, even though Latin America was doing it well, most of the Latin American people said development. And if at a given time democracy was diminished or was not capable of solving their economic problems, they would sacrifice, they would give up democracy before giving up economic and social solutions. And it's only logical because from the point of view of just looking at your individual life. But also, that answer was not only talking about the limitations that the Latin American democracy already had, because of the quality and especially because of the topic that I have said many, many times in many forums, the hypertrophy that some democracies are suffering because they cannot solve it. That answer is also showing the lack of civic culture that we have. So I guess we have experiences from which we can learn. At the international arena, we could. I'm going to dedicate maybe a couple of more minutes to provide you with my answer. We have the experience, and as far as I know, we have representatives from the Arab world, and we have also experiences from Europe. The Arab world surprised the humanity with the Arab Spring. The social society mobilized with no other precedent, with a lot of intensity and convincing people to radical change. That mobilization, at the end, unfortunately, did not achieve consistency in the process of change. And maybe in many of those countries, they not only have a lag back to the past, but very, very complex circumstances. On the other hand, if we go into Europe, we realize that they have a better idea of civic participation, of shared responsibility, and public responsibility. And The clearer case is, for example, what happened to Spain with an incredible adjustment to the economic situation that they went through. We all were witnesses of the indignation of the Spaniards in many of the public squares throughout the Spanish country. That mobilization in Spain created more entities. Now they not only have two parties in Spain, they have more. I mean, they had more, but two were the most important. Now they have other political alternatives that emerged from the shared experience of citizens' indignation, which became true in a constructive and positive manner, and which therefore helped to a better democracy. In Latin America, we are like in the middle. We go into the streets, we demonstrate ourselves, we achieve certain changes, but we still need to understand that that participation needs to be more sustained, more participative, and more in a better shape. We are concerned about education equity and quality, but we know that learning how to live is the easiest thing, and that we learn how to live by living. But that is not true. It is in classrooms. We need to teach our young children to develop with those values of shared responsibility. So that is the challenge. That's the bet. And there are many, many things at an international level that we can all exchange and use. To finish, we're going to pass the floor to Mr. Narro, maybe paying more attention about the youth, because there are many questions about what's the youth going to do. And I think what President Chinchilla has said, it's also important for us in Mexico. How do we move from the demonstrations that we do to solutions? Maybe in 3 minutes you could provide us with an answer. I'm going to try to be very brief in my answer. And I'm going to begin with the quality of democracy and corruption. Does corruption affect? Yes, of course. And if I had time, I will let you know why I think so. Number 2, do we see any possibilities to improve democratic systems by using examples, help, or international exchanges? Yes, of course. And number 3, are there any other choices different from democracy? Yes, of course, but they're not good. And as I still have maybe 2 minutes left, now I make my emphasis. Of course, there are other systems. What happens is that for the case of some countries such as ours, we have grown accustomed to the fact that we have improved. Either if we like it or not, Mexican democracy, it's very, very different to the one that we had 50 or 80 years ago. There is no doubt about that. Now, the other possibility, and is this going back to authoritarian dictatorship systems? It's there. I am totally sure that we should bet on democracy. There is only one thing worse than democracy, and that is those authoritarian systems, those dictatorships. And to finish, the topic of corruption. The topic of corruption is like a two-faced coin. The truthfulness and the state of law. And if we as citizens and if we as public servants do not behave under the state of law, if we do not punish those that commit a crime or corruption acts which are actually going throughout our country, I believe that we are not going to be able to improve any further. And of course, in the middle of all this, we have education, civic education, training of young children as citizens. That's where we have to begin to create a real change. Thank you. Thank you to everybody. It's been an honor to be the facilitator of this panel. I'm going to give you further information. Those that made questions about how to improve the situation of women, we have a web page by the OAS, and there we have a research that we carried out last year with all that information. It was created by 13 Latin American experts, women, and there you can see their contributions and their points of view. Thank you. All of these questions are going to be given to the INE so that they can maybe get back to them later. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Bueno, sí, muchas gracias.
century of experience because they're young maybe, but they have 50 years of experience altogether if we take into account the resume, which I'm not going to go through because you already have it in your documents. But I would like to say that we have Javier Santiago, board member of the INE. We have Javier Corrales, professor and researcher from different universities, especially from the Amherst College in Massachusetts. We have Álvaro Elizalde, president of the Equality Institute of Chile, Margarita Zavala, Mexican politician, and Miguel Ángel Mancera, chief of government of Mexico City. They will be talking about the mechanisms for viability of democracy in inequality context. I'm going to give 8 minutes to each one of them to make their presentations. During this sixth forum on Latin American democracy, we are making emphasis in the context of electoral democracy under the following premises that were distributed to us by Manuel Carrillo. Number one, the neoliberal model and globalization are provoking diverse effects in the structure of rights, of fundamental rights. And here we talk about these fundamental rights in terms of civic responsibility, civic society, and ethics. Based upon those premises and taking into account that there are many variables that are affecting regions and countries and electoral processes, when we talk about the consolidation and the quality of our democracies, and also with respect to the integrity of the Latin American democracies, is how we have created the questions for our panel members. The questions are: can democracy operate under inequality? In spite of inequality, can democracy find means to develop? What do we understand for the term inequality? What are the academic impacts of social and political and economic inequality in electoral processes? Is it possible to have democracy facing all these variables that unbalance it and jeopardize it? And if the inclusion of women and gender equity and equality policies actually offer the mechanisms that we need to reduce inequality? So these are the questions, these are the baselines, and I'm going to pass the floor to the board member of the INE, who has a lot of experience in electoral affairs and also as a professor of the Metropolitan University. Javier Santiago, the floor is yours for 8 minutes. Good afternoon. I'm not going to name the members of the Presidium because I only have 8 minutes, but it's a pleasure to be with all of you, distinguished panel members. During the 90s, right after the fall of the Berlin Wall, a theoretical debate raised about democracy, and procedural democracy became the winner from the theoretical point of view of democracy, but also from the point of view of academic and political agencies. They all agreed that the social conditions in which these democratic processes were going to take place needed to be special. Today, the paradigm has changed. And now it is believed, even international bodies look at it that way, we do need certain conditions. We do need a floor of economic and social equality, in order for procedural democracy to actually become a reality. That first place. Second place, there are three spheres in the social life that have an impact in the substantive democracy, where we need to have a balance between this foundation of social and economic equality and procedural democracy. The concept of equality, I'm using it not in absolute terms, but just in approximation, is the search for social equality, the search for economic equality, and maybe the only sphere where we could consider it as an absolute term is when we talk about juridical equality. There, we need to be totally complete. We cannot go just halfway, because we all need to have these same conditions under law, regardless of our economic situation, even though this is, of course, something that can be arguable, because we face crimes by hunger. Theft by hunger is very common. We just heard these 7,000 cases in Mexico City of people who had committed a crime by hunger. They had stolen food. So maybe the term of equality at the side of law would also be a relative term. And I'm just thinking out loud. Now, the impact spheres with respect to democracy are set up just in a general manner. Corruption, impunity, the limited political participation, the weakness of social cohesion, which is so severe in our country, especially because of the deterioration and the development of organized crime. Discrimination from social standpoint, it is also something that we as a country have. The fragility of safety and security, using this concept of safety and security together. Juridical security, it's a concept that has a lot of faces. It is a concept that not only talks about legal procedures, but it also talks about the psychological feeling that citizens have when they do feel secure, when they feel that their environment is secure. And as a result of all of the above, because of the low quality of political representation, I believe that we must accept, no, thank you, Margarita. We need to accept, by no doubt, that there's a wear out not only of political representation, but also of legitimacy of public institutions and political doing.
We have to admit that. Why? Because we have to face the problem. Problems cannot be faced if we do not carry out an objective diagnosis. We have low legitimacy of political parties. We have low legitimacy in the House of Representatives. Do we have low legitimacy in legislature? Yes. Of electoral institutions? Yes. There is a trend downwards according to the last surveys. So what we have to look for us who participate in the public arena is how we can revert this trend of illegitimacy, because like our wisdom says, because of the sins some commit, we all pay. But it's necessary that we have collective actions to revert it. Now, going to the last point, can we have democracy where we have inequality? Well, it depends on the type of democracy and degree of inequality. It depends on the national characteristics. It depends on each country. But I think that the way we have developed the political processes, it's more and more difficult for the democracy to have a positive expression in an adverse environment. In Mexico, mechanisms of electoral frauds that were old, antique, I think that they are no longer possible. I am convinced that they are no longer possible. That the crazy mouse, the tamal operation, the pregnant or pre-pregnant ballot box, I don't think that these mechanisms are feasible. But we have clientism that is based especially on basic needs of the population that have not been met. That is a reality we have to face. Democracy, free democracy, has certain principles regarding personal autonomy, human dignity, and equality. And these principles are violated by these conditions of inequality. We do not we are going against human dignity, and we affect the equality of citizens when we exert the political will and want to vote in favor of a certain candidate. So we see how it's affected. So to aspire to a democracy, from my perspective, what we have to do is strengthen the state, the institutions of the state. It has been proven that with what the state is going through, it's still necessary to socially come together to regulate the controversies of conflicts of the social inequalities. So that is the role we have to play. I'm talking about myself, or even as a university professor. What we need is to strengthen the institutions. We need to strengthen the institutions to strengthen the state, so that the state can fully meet this balancing purpose. Thank you very much. Javier Santiago, thank you so much for your participation. Let's listen to Javier Corrales. He has a wonderful international academic background. Thank you very much. I would like to begin by saying thank you to the organizers to invite me to participate. It's a country that I love. I always feel welcomed, and I see this once again. Thank you very much. I would like to talk about the academic debate in economic inequality. Latin America became famous because it's a region that always declared that inequality was crucial and that democracies could not work if inequality was not dealt with. This was a speech that not everybody accepted. They said there were other problems. Today, there is a consensus that inequality generates economic problems for growth and democracy, and to a certain extent it's a victory for a lot of intellectual groups in Latin America that the International Monetary Fund has written up essays saying that if there is not an improvement in the distribution of income, you can't have democracy. That's how far the debate is going. But the debate nowadays is changing. The debate is not so much if inequality is there or not. It's to see if the redistribution mechanisms are dangerous or not. And the idea is to think about the processes of redistribution that do not unstabilize it. That's the first point I wanted to share with you. Number two,
Si bien Latinoamérica
If
era
Latin
la región del
America
mundo
was
famosa
the region of the
por
world
tener
that
los
was
niveles de
famous
desigualdad
for
económicas
having
más
levels
indecentes,
of
más
inequality that
profundos
were
de
the
todo el planeta,
highest and deepest
esto ha
in the
cambiado
whole
en los
planet,
últimos 10 años.
this has
Sigue
changed
habiendo
in the last
desigualdad,
10 years. We
pero
still have
Latinoamérica, si ustedes ven
inequality,
los estudios,
but if you see the
todos los
studies of
países,
Latin
salvo tal vez
America,
Honduras,
all the countries
todos los
except for
países
Honduras,
desde el 2003
all the
para acá
countries since
han
2003
acelerado la
have
disminución de la
accelerated
desigualdad
the
a un
reduction
ritmo
of
nunca antes visto
inequality
en la región.
at rates never
Esto
seen
está
before in the
sucediendo
region.
mientras que la
This is
desigualdad
happening,
económica en
whereas
otros
the
países,
economic inequality
China,
in other
la
countries
India,
like
e inclusive
China,
los Estados Unidos,
India,
está
and
creciendo.
U.S.
Es
is
decir,
growing.
Latinoamérica hoy por hoy
This
es
means that Latin
contracorriente.
America
Y
today is
esto hace
going
que
against the
Latinoamérica se
current.
convierta
So
para los
this
estudiosos
means
como
that
nosotros
Latin
un
America
laboratorio para
becomes
estudiar,
a
ya
laboratory
que
for us
la tendencia
academics,
global hoy
because
por
the
hoy es
global trend
aumento de la
today
desigualdad económica,
is an
salvo
increase
en Latinoamérica.
in
Para aquellos que quieran
economic
saber más sobre los datos para
inequality
México, México
except for
también ha
Latin
tenido un
America.
descenso de la desigualdad,
Mexico is
no
also
tan
going down in
profundo como se ha
inequality,
visto en
not
Brasil,
as
como se ha visto en
strongly as
Perú,
it's
como se ha
seen
visto
in
en
Brazil,
Chile,
Peru, and
pero también es
Chile.
cierto que la desigualdad en
But
México
we
no era tan
also
aguda.
see that
Pero
it's not as
inclusive en
acute
México ha
in
habido un
Mexico.
aumento,
But in Mexico, there
un gran
has
logro.
also
Y
been
esto
a lot of good work
hace que
accomplished.
Latinoamérica ahora
So
sea como
this
una
means
especie
that
de
Latin
ejemplo
America today
para
is like an
estudiar sobre qué es lo
example
que
to
se
be
hace bien y qué es lo
studied,
que se hace mal.
what is being done well and what isn't.
Tercer punto. Ha
Point
habido
number
casos
three,
en América
we have
Latina
had cases
que los
in Latin
procesos de
America
disminución
in
de
which the
desigualdad
processes of
son
reducing
asimilados
inequality
políticamente
are
bien, es decir, la
assimilated politically okay,
redistribución
meaning the
no genera
redistribution
polémicas
does not
que
generate
traen a un sistema hacia abajo.
that bring
Pero
a
también ha
system
habido en
down,
América
but
Latina
also in Latin
conversaciones,
America we have also had conversations
intervenciones gubernamentales
government
en pos de disminuir la
interventions
desigualdad
to
que
reduce
estremecen a los
inequality
países,
that
que
affect the
provocan
countries,
enorme
that
polarización
cause
política.
huge division
No quiero entrar en los
politically.
detalles, pero es un
I
tema
don't
de
want to go
investigación. ¿Cuál es
into
la
debate
diferencia
here,
entre
but we can
cómo se
study
puede disminuir
how
la
we can
desigualdad sin
reduce
crear la
inequality
polarización
without
social que es
creating
posible que
the
surja?
social
Hay
division
ejemplos
that
de
can
polarización y hay
generate.
ejemplos de muy poca
We have
polarización.
examples of
Pero,
political
dejando al lado
parties
ese debate,
dividing, others not.
quiero terminar
But
con este
putting this
comentario
debate to
de
the
que a
side,
pesar
I
de
would
que en
like to
Latinoamérica el
conclude
proceso
with
de
this
disminución de
remark by saying that
desigualdad que
even
hemos
though in
visto y
Latin
que realmente
America
es fenomenal,
inequality is going down in a phenomenal way,
hay ejemplos muy claros que funcionan en todas partes,
there
que
are
son
clear
ejemplos de Latinoamérica.
examples
Y
that
déjenme mencionar
work
tres
everywhere, and
cosas
I
claves
want
que
to
ha hecho
mention
Latinoamérica,
three things that Latin
y luego
America
quiero
has
mencionar tres
done,
cosas claves que le
and
queda por
then
hacer a
I want
Latinoamérica.
to mention
Número
three
uno,
things that we
eliminar la
have to
inflación.
do
Eso se nos
to
olvida que fue un enorme logro
eliminate inflation.
que ayudó mucho a los ingresos más
It
bajos
helped
de la región.
the lowest
Número dos, el
incomes.
aumento del gasto
Number
público,
two,
por supuesto.
more
Y
public
número tres, muy
expenditure.
importante,
And number three,
las
very
transferencias de efectivo
importantly,
condicionales.
cash
Este es un programa
transfers
que
that were
empezó en
conditioned.
México,
This is a
felicitaciones
program
México,
that
en
began
la
in
época
Mexico.
neoliberal,
Congratulations. In
se
the
expandió por toda
neoliberal
América Latina
program,
y hoy por
it
hoy
was
se considera tal
expanded
vez el
throughout Latin
programa
America, and
de
now it's
asistencia social que
considered
más
one of the
rápidamente
programs of
disminuye la
social
desigualdad
support
y crea
that reduces
oportunidades.
inequality
Esto es
in
una
the
contribución al
fastest
pensamiento de
way.
desarrollo
This
que
contributes to
hace
the thought
Latinoamérica y
of
muy
development that
precisamente
Latin
México tiene
America
muchos
has.
problemas estos programas, pero a la hora de
Mexico
desigualdad
and Latin America have a lot of programs, but when we talk about inequality, when we talk about conditioned cash transfers,
¿Qué es lo que le
these
queda
are
por
the
hacer a la
best.
región? Y con
So
esto
what
ya
does the
concluyo.
region have to do? And I will conclude with this.
El modo en que se hace la
The
tributación
way
en América
in
Latina
which
sigue
it's
siendo
done in Latin
regresivo.
America is
En
still
América
going
Latina
backwards.
se
In
privilegia
Latin
el
America, you
impuesto al consumo
privilege a
y no
tax
el
for
impuesto a las
consumption
corporaciones
and not tax
y al
on
impuesto sobre la
businesses.
renta y a otro
The
tipo de
tax
impuestos.
systems
Esto
in
es
Latin
un
America
desastre a la hora de
are
disminuir la
terrible.
desigualdad
They
porque
are a
esto
disaster
pecha
when we want
muy
to
regresivamente
reduce
a
the
los grupos
inequality
de menor
because it
ingreso. Y
affects
Latinoamérica,
the lower income people.
vergonzosamente,
And in Latin
cada vez
America,
depende
I'm
más
ashamed to
en la
say we
tasación del
depend
IVA, por
more and
ejemplo, y el
more
consumo.
on
No
the
tanto en México. En
value-added
México
tax.
la tributación principal
In
sigue
Mexico,
siendo
the main
exportaciones,
tax collection is
pero
through
en el resto
exports,
de América
but
Latina.
in the rest
Creo
of
que eso
Latin
habría que
America, that's
cambiarlo.
not the case, and I would
Número
say we
dos,
have to change that.
la informalidad.
Number two,
Latinoamérica sigue
informality.
siendo una
Latin
región
America is
mundial
still a
donde hay
world
un
region
exceso de
and where
personas
we
en el
have an
mercado laboral
excess
que
of
están
people working
desintegradas al sistema de pensiones, al
isolated
sistema de
from
asistencia
the
social,
retirement
y
plan,
lamentablemente
social
América
security
Latina ha hecho
plans,
muy
and
poco con
unfortunately
el
Latin
tema de la
America
informalidad.
hasn't
Los
done a
niveles de
lot
informalidad de hoy
about
por hoy
this.
son
The
casi iguales
informality
que los que
levels are
había al
almost the
final de la
same
década
as
perdida de
those
los 80,
that we had at
con lo
the
cual
end of the
uno
80s.
se queda pensando
So,
¿dónde ha ido a parar este esfuerzo por tratar de
we
integrar
ask
esos
ourselves,
grupos?
where are we
Por
trying to
último,
integrate
ese
these
es mi
groups?
comentario, lo último,
And
lo
this
que
is the
debería hacer
last remark.
Latinoamérica
What Latin America should do,
no quiero repetir un cliché,
I
pero
don't want to
es
repeat
digno
a
de repetir porque
cliché,
es
but
verdaderamente
we should repeat
importante.
it because it truly is important.
Mejorar la
We
desigualdad
need to
educativa.
improve
En América
educational
Latina,
inequality.
si una
In
persona,
Latin America,
vamos a poner de este modo, en América Latina
In
hay
Latin
gran
America,
acceso
we
a
have
niveles
a
de
lot of
educación por parte de
access
todas las esferas
on
de
behalf
la
of
población.
all the spheres of
Pero
the
los índices
population.
de logros
But
académicos
the rates
entre los
of
grupos estudiantiles en
academic
ciudades
accomplishments of students
versus
in
los de
cities
zonas
versus
de la periferia o de zonas
rural
rurales es tan
areas
abismal que hay
is
personas que dicen
abysmal.
que
So there are people
mientras
that
esa
say
brecha
that
entre
if
los
that
logros educativos
gap is
de los
still there
latinoamericanos en
in the
centros
academic
urbanos
accomplishments
no
in
se
Latin
reduzca
America
con la brecha
is
que
not
existe de
reduced
los logros educativos de los chicos,
compared
los
to the
muchachos que están en
students
zonas
who
rurales
are
y zonas
in
a las afueras de
rural
las
areas or
ciudades.
peripheral
Es una de
areas
las
of the
grandes,
cities. That
es uno de los grandes impedimentos que hay
is one
para
of the
seguir
biggest
logrando
obstacles we
mayor
have
descenso de la
to
desigualdad.
continue
Y para concluir,
our
una
work
nota
in
verdaderamente
reducing the
optimista, por
inequality.
favor,
To
celebren lo que yo
conclude
les he
with an
transmitido, y es que
optimistic note,
América Latina,
celebrate
con
what
el
I
tema de la
tell you.
desigualdad y con el
Latin
tema de la
America
democracia, es
regarding
hoy por hoy
inequality
una
and
región
democracy
que se
is
puede
now a
considerar
region
un
that can
ejemplo
be
global
considered
y no una
a
vergüenza
global
del planeta.
example
Muchas
and
gracias.
not a shame to the planet. Thank you very much.
Gracias a Javier Corrales por su
Thank you, Javier Corrales,
puntual intervención. Vamos a escuchar a Álvaro
for your
Elizalde,
intervention. We are going to listen to Álvaro Elizalde. He will give us an academic comparative perspective that is relevant.
Buenos días, yo quisiera agradecer la invitación para participar
Good
en este
morning.
foro.
I want to say thank you for
Felicitar la
allowing me
iniciativa
to
que se desarrolla
participate.
ya
I
por
want
sexta
to
oportunidad.
congratulate you on your
Y
sixth forum.
quisiera partir por una cita de,
And I would like to begin with a
de Dilthon,
quote
de reciente Premio Nobel de Economía, que
with
señala, cito
the
textualmente,
economy
que mientras
Nobel,
más extrema
the
es la
economy
desigualdad
laureate,
económica,
and he says there's
mayor
more-
es la amenaza para la democracia. Cierro la cita.
if there is less
Bueno,
economic
desafortunadamente, como aquí se ha dicho,
inequality,
Latinoamérica
there
es
is
el
less
continente
threats
de la
to
desigualdad.
democracy.
Somos la
Latin
región más desigual del
America
planeta.
represents inequality,
Incluso el
and
país que
we are
tiene
the most,
mejor distribución de la riqueza
we
en
have the
Latinoamérica
best distribution
está muy por debajo de la
that is
situación
below the
en América del Norte,
situation
excluido
in
México,
North America,
en
excluding
Europa, tanto
Mexico,
central, occidental y
in
oriental,
Europe
y
and
en muchos
all its
países
different
de
areas and
Asia e
other
incluso
countries of
África. Es decir,
Asia and
el mejor de los
Africa.
nuestros
The
en
best
distribución
of
de la
our
riqueza está por
cases
debajo
in wealth
de importantes
distribution
regiones del país.
is
¿Qué queda
under
para el
these
resto?
important regions I'm
Y además
talking
es un fenómeno
about.
multifacético,
And it's also
que no
a
solo se expresa en una pésima
multi-phase
distribución de la
situation.
riqueza,
We do not only
sino
have a
también
bad distribution
en
of
relaciones
wealth,
sociales
but also in
profundamente
social
asimétricas.
relationships that are asymmetric.
La desigualdad se expresa, podríamos decir, en
Inequality
prácticamente
is
todos los aspectos de la
expressed
vida.
in all
Por
arenas
cierto,
of
en el
life.
acceso a activos productivos,
If we talk
acceso a la
about the
tierra,
access
a la
to
educación de calidad,
land, quality
pero también el acceso a la
education,
salud,
but also in
al
access
crédito
to
y al
health,
mercado laboral
to
formal.
loans, to
Y
formal
además,
jobs.
la desigualdad tiene
And
un
also
carácter territorial.
inequality has
Incluso
a
que se expresa
territorial
en el desarrollo
characteristic
de la
that's
desigual
expressed in the
infraestructura
development
de nuestro país.
of inequality
Más
in
aún,
our
y
countries.
esto es lo más preocupante, la
And
desigualdad
a
se
bigger
manifiesta
concern
también
is that
en la
inequality
participación
is
y en
also
la influencia
represented
política,
in the
y constituye,
political
por tanto,
influence,
un
and
déficit
it also
democrático.
represents a democratic deficit. So here we have stated that Latin America is a region that is not satisfied with its political systems, and we can conclude that one of the main reasons for this lack of satisfaction has to do with the deep inequality. Democracy is consolidated in our region, and they are trying to reduce poverty and homeless. We are focusing on this in the last decades. Yes, we have had successful results to increase our quality of life in our countries. And of course, this offers hope for other sectors that traditionally were excluded. And this has been done on political basis where we have redirected our actions and economy. So only economic growth is enough to be able to reduce poverty, inequality based on this. Public policies that have been implemented in different parts of the region realize that there are government initiatives that are expressed in social expenditures with interventions with more coverage that are more ambitious, also promoting a program of conditioned cash transfers to the poorest so they can have a minimum income of survival, but also combined with training for work and to help the productivity of our economies. We have also created another institutionality with ministries and services that are specialized on combating poverty. So it allows us to be more professional in social public management. But we continue being a continent that's very unequal. And here we have what we can call the paradox or contradiction in Latin America. On one hand, we have societies that claim against inequality. However, the leaders and the authorities use what we call a rhetoric that is systematic of higher degrees of social equality. But that rhetoric is only sometimes just a declaration, because it does not follow consistent policies throughout time. We talk a lot about inequality and promoting more social equality. However, we continue living in societies that are deeply unequal. That is a paradox of our continent. And they go hand in hand with the mirroring of the dictatorship of the average, where the big numbers are good, but when you take the numbers to an individual basis, they are not as good. For example, the per capita income, it has gone up in Latin America, but that makes us think that we are all better, but that's not the truth. It doesn't apply to everybody. And this is also translated into a democratic deficit that is a vicious circle. Inequality generates a democratic deficit, and the democratic deficit goes into depth or maintains its inequality. In this democracy, in theory, we are all the same. But inequality affects the democratic system, and the social origin of the people determines its influence. That's why we need political mechanisms to correct these distortions, to promote more equality in policies. For example, all the initiatives to have a higher participation of women. But you can't resolve this just with that. You have to resolve social inequality to have more robust democracy and better democracies. So democracy has to take on the problems of inequality. But what else should we do? We should reduce inequality in the access to quality education, the strengthening of infrastructure through an integrated development. We have to have a macroeconomic management that's stable and responsible to avoid going back to economic recessions, because when we have these crises, the people who are most affected are the poor people. Jobs are affected, and this increases the gap. We have to strengthen the capacity of redistribution of the state through an efficient social expenditure and a tax collection system that's progressive. Like we were saying before, they say we're talking about consumption taxes or income taxes, but we're focusing on consumption taxes, but we should focus also on income taxes. And we have to go back to the historical roots of inequality that exist in Latin America, and they go back all the way to the times of the colonization. This is translated into action, and this has to be expressed in political institutions that are better at integrating and that offer clientelism, so we can have a more efficient political administration to create more equality. In Chile, in our first government, we created the social protection system, and they had a policy of tax responsibility with a macroeconomic management that's against cycles. This means that the permanent expenditures have permanent incomes, but the macroeconomic administration is according to cycles. You save up when you're doing well, so you can have money during the crises. And if you had very good results like we see in 2008 and 2009, we were able to face it. And with the new mandate, we want to make sure that education offers more equality and that does not make this gap grow. We also have to have a tax reform that goes up from 18 to 21%, still below the U.S. and the countries of the OECD, and that it concentrates the collection of taxes in higher incomes. I want to share some information. This tax reform that's partially being applied right now, 73% of the increase in tax collection of every $10, 7.3 of all the 10 come not from the most rich or 1%. It comes from 0.1% of the taxpayers that have the highest income. 12,000 taxpayers of millions that we have in Chile. So they have to contribute $7.3 for every 10. So immediately this has an impact of a better redistribution of wealth. That's why we're also working on the modernization of labor relations and a new constitutional framework that is fully democratic. I go back to my quote. The more extreme inequality is in economy, higher is the threat to democracy. That is why, to be able to protect our democracy, it's necessary to significantly reduce inequality. We must go from rhetoric that claims against inequality to concrete actions that will allow us to build more democratic societies with lower inequality. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Álvaro Elizalde, por...
Thank you, Mr. Elizalde, for your thoughts. I think they are a little different to what Javier Corrales stated. So later on, when we have the time, we would ask you to develop these topics. Okay, so now we are going to listen to the politicians with a very solid academic basis. First with Margarita Zavala. She is a representative of the political party PAN. She also taught law in the Free Law School in Mexico. Thank you to all of you who have made it possible to have this forum. It's a great honor to be here with the panelists. Obviously, the key question in our country and in our region in Latin America is precisely to see how far can we go in democracy when we have an inequality, even if Javier Corrales has said that we have closed the gap of inequality and that we don't have to bargain with this progress. But the truth is that we can't just stay here because we still have anti-democratic practices. So first, we have to ask ourselves if it's just one direction. Should democracy itself offer more equality? Maybe yes, but here we have to see democracy not only in one direction, but in two directions. That is of democracy and equality. And like Alvaro was saying, also, if we have inequality, we weaken our democracy. There's no doubt about that. Sometimes we think that we have to have a minimum basis for democracy, yes, but that can't be the excuse for the authoritarian regimes. If a strong democracy does go through more equality or inequality that has the challenge to be closed. So a democracy that should have an effect of offering more equality, if this doesn't have it, it generates what's happening to us in our country. The people that go over this traffic of equality, democracy, political rights, civil rights, citizen rights, has a direct relationship with the state. So we begin to talk about an effective state that truly does offer a better future, well-being, economic progress, not just for a few, for it to be much more general. So that's why maybe in the streets of Mexico City and Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires, we have a lack of satisfaction, and there are many protests regarding insatisfaction for democracy, like we see in the Latin Barometer. But in the end, we are all in the same street, and the consequences of this inequality is seen by all of us, because we are all following or in the same problem. And to offer democracy within inequality, we do need mechanisms that are very important, but that have to go through this part of the effective state. And I don't see efficacy if you do not have a state of law. A state of law that makes sure we have a foundation of equality for democracy. That's why we talk not only about a state of law, but also a democracy that wants to close this inequality. This solid state that guarantees that we do protect the weak, that really does punish those who take advantage of the power. We have to have a solid state of law that respects human rights, but where there is not impunity, which is precisely one of the conditions that generates corruption, and obviously the absence of legality. We're talking about a state of law that has to do with the defense of democracy and democratic freedoms, but also a state of law that's democratic and that searches for progress. So we have the other challenge, which is the relationship between governors and governed, that has to have a higher responsibility. I think this relationship is broken in Mexico. Citizens are farther and farther away from politics. They don't trust politics, or they begin to feel completely insatisfied regarding democracy. And this can also generate many things that create authoritative regimes or an absent of democracy that's stronger.
This relation needs to change, of course, with state of law, but also with the creation of trust and liability and accountability for the government, before the government, and the officers and those being ruled by the officers. So it does not become to what we have currently. Actually, Nexos has some articles that talk about the moment through which Mexico is going. And it talks about all this topic of obtaining votes with promises, the topic of democracy, and the need to design public policies to close those gaps of inequality. And finally, this needs to be completed with a more comprehensive and solid citizenry that participates in a better way in the topic of public policies and politics. I am totally convinced that the force that we need is in the hands of our citizens to recreate the politics that we need, that it's an accountable one, that it's transparent, without corruption, that corruption, if it is, it's totally punishable. I am totally convinced that our citizens are the strongest force that we have as a country. And of course, we need to develop ethic leadership. And that's what I invite you to do. Be ethic within your family, within your work, your organization, in our schools. Creative and ethic leadership that will give democracy what it needs to be more equal with everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you to Margarita Zavala for her participation. Now we're going to pass the floor to Miguel Ángel Mancera, Chief of Government of Mexico City. And I have just been informed that right after his presentation, he will have to leave. So if you have a question that is strictly addressed to him, he will have to give the answer with other means. Actually, talking about the traffic, I thought she was saying about the traffic in our city, but she was talking about the traffic of rights. Yes, it is true. I will have to leave because I have something going on with the city government after my presentation. But I want to say that I really appreciate the invitation to participate in this forum. I want to say thank you to the organizers, to the INE, to the National Autonomous University, and of course to the OAS and all the bodies and agencies that participate. Thank you for the opportunity of sharing this panel with distinguished members. I think in what has already been said, there are many things that I agree with. For example, it is totally clear that inequality in all of its forms, shapes, and manners have an impact on democracy. I believe that one of the insights that we could put on the table for the world, I would not be able to find an example of a perfect democracy. I would say that every single democracy could be made better. In Mexico, without a doubt, we have our history, and the same history that we have had since the creation of our civilization. I believe that we have been full of inequalities. In each one of these stages, we have been forced to talk about the topic of inequality. Inequality during the empire, inequalities during the colony, and inequality during the different processes that created changes. I'm talking about the independence, the revolution, the reform war, all those processes that our country has gone through. Of course, there are concepts that have an important impact, because we've talked about how the obtention of votes with the use of electoral promises has affected democracy. And the truth is that the flaws of our democracies are not easy to solve. This political obtention of votes and the creation of a political scaffolding actually ends up being something that creates bad practices. I think that we need to keep on working on the causes, on the root causes, and we need to get rid of them. As we are now working against corruption, if we really achieve the creation of a more transparent mechanism in our government, I am sure that we would have made an important step to get rid of the inequality that we have. I believe that if the juridical framework are now becoming more consolidated and more oriented towards this endeavor, will be better. So far, we cannot say that our electoral law is perfect, that our electoral law actually guarantees a perfect election or a result that will take us into a perfect democracy. I think we're far from that. And that is why we need the participation of courts, and that is why we need to have different interpretation of our laws. In the case of Mexico City, we are fighting against an inequality that's become historic because of the political situation that it represents and because of the agreement that it has with the Federation. And we have not been able to convince them that it is indispensable to do so. So that's an inequality. Inequality in the way we participate and in the democracy that we have in Mexico City. We need to be very clear on all this. I believe there are several endeavors that need to be taken into consideration. Economic inequality, of course, is one of the most important ones, but we need to look at it from a different point of view. I agree that we have concentrated ourselves on taxing consumption more than wealth. And I think, putting taxes on consumption more than on wealth. And I think that we need to change our point of view if we want to build a different Mexico. We are still actually creating inequality areas in many places of our country, and we are not penetrating as we should in what's most important, education. If our society is not well educated, it is very, very difficult that we will be able to achieve a better democracy. I mean, as simple as that. The information of the electoral processes just so that we have equal circumstances. I believe that we have a lot of things to do still, and Mexico will have to go deeper into each one of all these. How to get rid of these promising of things in exchange of votes, how to be more effective in changing the reality of those spaces with inequality. Because sometimes the inequality is being used so that on top of them we build other growth, such as minimum wage. Minimum wage was only good to keep stability in our country without realizing that we are leaving Mexico 10 years behind in the process of productivity for Latin America. So I believe that the time has come to analyze these red lights that could actually trigger a substantial change and not continue with synergy. That's an easy way of doing things. It's continuing with the same thing. Substantial changes are the ones that we need. We have heard about democracy in Latin America throughout the day. And of course, the speakers and the scholars that have talked about it have their background information about the region. And it's been said that we are one of the regions with the highest inequality. Of course, we have progress, but let's talk about the reality of Mexico. Of course, we do not have a perfect democratic process. Of course, there are still voices that are not in agreement with our procedures. So I believe that we need to find a way to make our procedures better, but always bearing in mind what our society wants, clearly expressed from its politicians as we have been characterized. So we need to know what our citizens want, and we should not just close our eyes and ignore the reality. Our city, Mexico City, it's full of inequalities, but ever since it was organized, the only developed area was the downtown area from Gustavo Amadero to Tlalpan. The rest of the city had no urban fittings, and that's how it's been growing without adequate planning. And all that has created inequalities that we still have to face, but we need to do something about them. We need to tackle them somehow. I think conclusions are there for everybody. Economic inequality creates processes that do not help democracy. Social inequality creates processes that do not help to democracy. And democracy becomes then a concept that is just like a dream, something that we want to have, that it is very, very unlikely that we will be able to talk about it as something perfect or something complete. We may have just developing democracies and mature democracies. And I don't know what my time is like, but I guess with this I come to the end. Thank you. He's going to stay a couple of more minutes with us. Thank you, Miguel Angel, for your interesting point of view. Of the 20 or so questions that we have received, all of them are very, very important and very smart questions. We really appreciate these questions from this smart audience. But I can summarize them into 3 topics, and I'm going to put them on the table so each one of you can actually choose which one to answer or to participate. One has to do with the whats, and by the whats I mean, what can we actually understand for the term of inequality and how it is measured? Because it has been said that at least in a comparison from in the region, we're not doing so bad as we are doing better than other regions. And taking into account the stance by Alvaro, who said that it is not correct, and what Margarita said, that we should not feel confident by now, and what Javier said about the importance of strengthening our official agencies. So the question is about the what. What does inequality mean so that we can create a reasonable justification of what's happening in Latin America, because it was not totally talked about. And the second topic of the many questions presented, it's about the house, and that is the general strategy for the development of a given country, in this case, the countries of the Bolivarian axis. And this question is for the case of Venezuela, because it's been said that we have not talked about that topic. And secondly, about the technical aspects, and that is public policies based upon a given strategy. Which are the public policies that we need? And something that is always there, inequality, that was said by Margarita and Miguel Angel. How can we solve it? And the third group of questions, it's about who. Because it is understood that it has to be done by the government. But it is also said, because Margarita said it, from her stance as observer, as being the first lady of our nation, which non-governmental agencies such as NGOs, churches, business clusters, which role do they should play? And for the case of Mexico City, the different sectors in our society, which is actually the most modern one with respect to the demand of their rights. So the what, the how, and the who. 2 to 3 minutes per person. We can stay here to 1:30. In the same order as we began, so the floor is for Javier. The first question, what's inequality? Well, there are definitions by Coneval that takes into account different variables: backwardness, academic backwardness, health backwardness, differences in price of housing, lack of access to food, population with lower income, minimum line of well-being, and things like that. That's the definition of inequality. Now, public policies. Eric Hoffman, in a book that is not yet a classic, but I'm sure it will, that is titled How to Change Our World, says that socialism failed. The type of Soviet socialism failed, and the type used in Western Europe. However, he states that there are different types of socialism and that we should go and look into the Scandinavian countries where they have a distribution of income and well-being according to those that have more. The ones that have more and have more income pay more taxes, and that is a policy that has proven to be effective. And then, who has to do it? And I'm going to answer with an anecdote. Several years ago, I don't even remember how many years ago, I read an article about a meeting between German business clusters and their unions. They were talking about unemployment in Germany because it was actually an attack against national dignity. So that implies the awareness of the unions and the business cluster. So the problem is not only to be solved by the state, it needs to have the participation of all these stakeholders. And I guess with that, I complete my 2 minutes. Thank you, Javier. The floor is yours. Excellent questions, but I'm going, because of time, only talk about Venezuela because that's a country that I know. I am not from Venezuela, but I have been paying attention to Venezuela for a while. Venezuela is a country that during the government of Chavez reduced inequality. That's not a discussion. The problem is that Venezuela did it in a very polemic manner, and democracy lost its stability. First, there was a lot of expenditure. None of the countries of our region has received the economic amount that Venezuela received as an oil country. I mean, billions and trillions of US without comparison to any other country. So the question is if the return of that investment was actually justified. And that is actually why the future for Venezuela is not so good, because it looks like the investment was not smart. And the second problem that happened in Venezuela was that
estuvo muy sesgado en la distribución de los
The
recursos.
distribution
No
was
existe
biased.
debate que, en
There is no
Venezuela, para
doubt
poder tener
that
acceso
in
a los nuevos
Venezuela,
recursos que
in
se
order
crearon,
to
había que
have
demostrar
access to
alianzas
the
al
new
partido de
resources,
gobierno.
you
El resto de
needed
las
to
personas
show
fueron
your
excluidas
alliance with the
sistemáticamente.
government. And if you were not with the government, then you were excluded. This is something that doesn't happen that much. I mean, we have these promises made by government in every country in Latin America, but in Venezuela, it was the system, and that actually divided the country, because there was a group that felt excluded just because of their way of thinking. And maybe the third problem or mistake in Venezuela that Javier has said is that they try to eliminate inequality without the participation of the private sector. If we do not have the participation of the private sector, when we are going to establish the way with which we're going to generate the income for the society, we're not going to be able. It's like, like flying an airplane that can fly with one engine, but they can do it better with two engines. And that's what happened in Venezuela. The government wanted to do everything and reduced the participation of the private sector. And that is why in 2012, the problems in Venezuela began even before the drop in the price of oil. Thank you, Javier, and now we pass the floor to Álvaro.
Un comentario que hizo Raúl.
Something that Raúl said, figures are figures. And yes, it is true, there are countries that have reduced inequality. But what I have said is that that reduction is minimal and it's totally insufficient. So how ambitious are we to face inequality? And I believe that we need to have more active public policies that could actually generate better results. Inequality in Latin America has many faces. It not only talks about the inequality of income, which is incredible, but also wages inequality. Women doing the same job that men have 30% less pay. It also talks about racism and classism and about discrimination of sexual minorities. We have this culture that, either aware or unaware, houses inequality. So the challenge is to develop societies that are more equal from the social point of view, but also that are not only tolerant, but that respect diversity, acknowledging diversity as our main factor. How? With education, increasing coverage in education. For example, in Chile, we have increased it. Now we have a lower dropout rate for basic and middle education in Chile. But we need to do something else. We need to offer quality education for everybody, regardless of their social origins, because social origins determines the type of education that you have access to, and the type of education that you have access to determines the opportunities that you will have in your life. So it is not the same thing to be born in a crib made of gold than in a stable. Second, the equalization of working rules. Workers should be benefited by the success of companies. Third, tax system. Here we all agree actually about the importance of actually evaluating if our tax systems are actually appropriately distributable. By that I mean that they distribute wealth in a better way, and that implies the reduction of consumption taxes or keep them the same, and to increase income taxes or capital gains taxes with a reasonable rate that would be good for the economy. And this is an important situation. We have a new middle class in Latin America that is totally vulnerable because we have poverty. We have to accept it. But if we have more economic growth, then we will have a larger demand of public services. Because when we have poor societies, the only thing that they demand is food. But once they come out of poverty, then they acknowledge their rights and they demand it from the state. How to finance that? Well, we will not be able to do it with well-being states systems just like the Nordic countries have if our tax payment are like the ones they made in Africa. We need to have a balance between these two, and we need to discuss which would be the most reasonable tax rate. And fourth, the expense. We need to have efficient expense with which we can create societies with less inequality. And to finish, I believe this is not just the responsibility of the government. No, and I think that's actually a challenge that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. All political leaders must move from talking about to doing about. And that's the cultural change that we need all together as a society. If we can further initiatives in this area, we are not only going to have economic growth, but we are also going to reduce inequality in our society. But we need to talk about the development model that Latin America is having. We all know the impact that the Chinese crisis has in Latin America, with economic growth that are negative. Brazil is growing in red numbers. So the topic is growth and redistribution, but not only that, sustainable growth with the development of societies that are less unequal. Thank you. Thank you, Álvaro. And now we'll pass the floor to Margarita. Thank you. The how. Many things have been said about the mechanisms. However, I think that this how has to do with the women. And Javier Corrales talked about direct conveyance as one of the most successful programs for reducing inequality. And direct conveyance was for women. And I do believe that if we talk about the topic of women and inequality with women, we'll find a better way of doing it. The IFM actually has a study that talks about it, that talks about what it would mean from the economic point of view. Besides that, all these mechanisms, if addressed and guided by women, will create more social mobility. Social mobility has to do with democracy, especially talking about health and education. That would be the clearer how. Of course, it has to do with redistributing policies and also other policies, not only betting on taxes, but also on economic growth, because we need to find the jobs. We need to offer more opportunities. And to get rid of the system of offering promises in exchange of votes, it's something that, of course, needs to be done from the government, but also from the citizens. And transparency is not something that has to do with who is doing something wrong, who is corrupt, because we already have a school. But it also has to do with the observation of efficacy. I also performed as federal representative. And yes, we all know more or less which are the things in which we should spend money and which aren't, and in which we have more budget. But the truth is that when we have the money and we have to assign it, we don't do it correctly. Sometimes we only take into account the budget that was given the year before. This democratic state of law has to be in the hands of everybody. NGOs, social organizations, citizens, youth, women, families. It is democratic, and it it implies the access to health services and to legality as the culture, as the mechanism to strengthen democracy and to put an end to inequality. Let's pass the floor to Miguel Ángel Mancera.
I would say that the thoughts shared tell us what's important. So what's important? To eliminate everything that avoids equal access. If you think about education, is inequality. If you think about economy, what limits access? If you think about health, security, here we have a point where we know, obviously, that something isn't working well. That would be what to understand there. An example, what we call the rejected ones. It's a number of 350,000 that maybe could go down to 80,000. They are rejected young people. And we say we have the rejected people marching. And among those group of people, we have students with averages of 10. Why weren't they able to find a spot? Where are we failing in this society? Where do we have to work hard? Another example, San Quintin, a community that lives within an exploitation area, reaching almost extreme situations, and nobody would see this. So it would seem that there would have to be a confrontation with the entrepreneur, but that's not the case either, because at the office, we had entrepreneurs, we had workers, and they came to a clear agreement that allowed them to break the inequality and generate an economic benefit for everybody. So yes, we can work against inequality to be effective. What do we need? Well, I would say that we have to have all citizens participating. We can't be effective if we decide to change the tax reform, because I do agree with this. If we do not have a dialogue regarding the commitments on behalf of every party, where are we going to focus our development? Where are we not going to tax certain things? For example, special taxes for the use of technologies. Who is paying for this tax? The young people who can barely buy a device, and it's also paid by the richest man of any society. Why are we taxing that way? I think that that's a mistake. Or the person that has to use the computer to go to school pays for it, or if they want to see the stock market. So I think that we definitely have to change that model. And we have to make an awareness here. Education. I think that if Mexico does not bet on education, when I say with everything, it's so we don't have any loose ends within a framework of equality. This is with access, of equality of conditions, and it would be very difficult to go forward. We no longer talk about democracy. I would say this doesn't only have to do with democracy. We also talk about inequality, but to go towards democracy, we have to have an educated society, and we have to have a society that is fed, because if not, they're not going to be concerned with democracy if they have to figure out how to survive on a daily basis. I would say that a good step that way is made up by various components. For example, we talked about education, fighting against corruption, of course, a better redistribution of wealth, and the legal scaffolding to make sure it doesn't just appear like law, to not build norms that supposedly offer the same basis. I don't know why we have to have different times, for example, in promotion. Maybe there's a logical, legal reason, but I would say that in equality and in democracy, we would have to have the same type of competition. Thank you very much to both Javiers, Alvaro, Margarita, and Miguel Angel for their magnificent presentations and answers. And we have also followed the indications of Manuel Carrillo, and we have concluded right on time. So we close this discussion, and we thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play now for you by Johann Strauss' son, the waltz among all the waltzes in the world, the Blue Danube. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How nice of you to come all here to be together with us an evening full of music. Welcome to our Strauss Scala Millennium Concert. And what can we better play at the beginning of a Millennium Concert, ladies and gentlemen, than a Viennese waltz? We are going to play now for you by Johann Strauss, one of his most beautiful waltzes.
Er is ooit eens een Argentijnse componist.
suoneremo adesso una melodia fantastica per voi, una melodia del cielo. Years ago.
invitados a este sexto foro de la democracia latinoamericana. Vamos a dar inicio a nuestra primera sesión vespertina, a nuestro panel, sesión número 2, sobre temas de corrupción.
Session 2 regarding topics on corruption, problems of culture, and legality and democracy. I ask you for your attention for this session. Our moderator is the electoral counselor of INE, José Roberto Ruiz Saldaña, who is going to take the floor.
Muy buenas tardes. Me da mucho gusto poder estar con ustedes moderando esta sesión.
It's a great pleasure to moderate this session with this topic of corruption or legality in democracy. I am going to welcome our participants, and I'm going to introduce them as they make their interventions. Without further ado, and knowing that the reflections that are going to be shared here by our speakers are of the highest quality. And I will just moderate. So let's go forward and present Claudia Umaña. She is Vice President of the Foundation of El Salvador for Economic and Social Development, FUSADES. She is also an attorney specialized in democratic factors, governance, transparency, anti-corruption, and modernization of the state. President of the Foundation for Democracy, Transparency, and Justice. And between 2005 and 2011, she was the director of the Department of Legal Studies, FUSADES. And before that, she was the director of commercial policy of the Ministry of Economy of El Salvador. Welcome, Claudia. Thank you very much. It is a great honor for me to be with you. I want to say thank you to the organizing committee for this event that brings together representatives and people who are interested in this topic in the Ibero-America and the Arab world. Thank you for this opportunity. I must state that corruption, impunity, and opacity are the elements that hurt a democratic state of law. And based on that, I'm going to talk about 7 topics. I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. First of all, there are lights and shadows in Central America. I come from one of the countries, El Salvador, that create the Northern Triangle. In this area, we have one of the highest rates of homicides that have damaged the social network in a very important way. Immigration is very active, and the state has very strong difficulties in controlling the land. Imagine the priority of the struggle against corruption has, when in many cases, thanks to insecurity, it's what's on the mind on a daily basis of the Central Americans. I don't want to start with a dark note only, because we also have very good things. And in the morning, we talked about everything about free elections, alternating power, which has strengthened our system, institutions that work better than others. So we have a lot to be proud of. But if we begin with the main topic, I would like to say that when we see the statistics and we are able to see the perception rate of corruption and transparency on an international level. We have 39 out of 100. And since I am part of the university, to have 3.9 as a scoring is no accomplishment. But it's as if the Central American countries just accept this scoring. I want to refer to the historical weakness that Central America has regarding the state of law. And there are different ways this presents itself. The political culture in which the tolerance towards corruption is so high sometimes creates strange companionships. And I'm going to refer to a group of entrepreneurs in Nicaragua that has preferred, instead of working on the state of law, to approach the government to ensure that they can do business. This means that I am going to be talking about very specific cases. Another important topic in Central America is that money has flowed freely in campaigns. There is not a true accountability regarding the funding of politics. And you know very well that those who pay for the music get to ask for their favorite song. So I just want to say that recently in Mexico, we had the Global Conference on Funding of Politics. And within democracy and transparency, El Salvador is the one that's running the most behind. The second topic I want to share is that the giant is awakening. When we are very fed up, what the society does is that it gets angry. And I want to refer to the case of Guatemala and Honduras, where the citizen power has gone up, and they have followed a shared cause against the struggle, in favor of the struggle for corruption. In the case of El Salvador, this isn't the case. We have had moments where we have come together, where the civil society focuses on certain cases, but mainly they have had to do with the legislature getting involved, specifically with everything that has to do with the Constitution. There, the civil society was upset. But generally speaking, we have had participations of specialized civil society. USAIDES was part of the promoter group of access information that was inspired by the Oaxaca group to be able to create a draft, present it to the assembly, and work on it in the first years in which it was being implemented. And now the citizens can ensure that the law of transparency really is enforced. But I would also like to say that it's a little sad. You know that in a week, a march was created. In Salvador, we don't have many marches. Imagine that on a main avenue, we had a gathering of people with people linked to government. And in the next avenue, we had a second group with people who could be like an opposing party to the government. And in a third avenue, that we had like the anti-politics. But due to the large division we have, is to be able to see that we're all facing the same problem, that corruption goes to all the different levels, all the different political parties, and it doesn't matter if you're on the right side or left side. We are democratic or we are not, or we believe in priority or we don't. The third point is that this system is shook up and we want to make changes. So I must recognize that in Guatemala, the marches where the agriculture workers, entrepreneurs, students, union members, among others, came together, and it was phenomenal. Some people were saying maybe it's the CICIG, this international commission, that was the trigger. And as a lesson to learn in Central America, because we have also observed the possibility of having a commission of this nature, it's an accumulative process of 7 years that Guatemala went through. It's not like, oh, it's just spontaneous and things can change. There is still a lot of work, a lot of international cooperation, and I must state that in any scenario, you must respect the Constitution and legality to find the methodology to support each state. I must say that in this case, for the very first time in Central America, we began to investigate a president like President Otto Perez and the vice president. In Central America, investigations had occurred. Other countries have had them, but never when they were as president. Miguel Ángel Rodríguez of Costa Rica, Coso Panamá, Portillo of Guatemala, Arnoldo Alemán in Nicaragua, and Francisco Flores in El Salvador. The fourth point is that spring is not enough. Like it was clearly stated, the Central American spring, if it's just brought together without a specific proposal, it just becomes crowds marching with the proposal that's going to disseminate. That's why, as you know, we work with the University of Salamanca to assess all our democratic institutions, analyze their performance, and see their strengthening plan. And in that sense, I would like to say that Costa Rica is one of those countries in which, fortunately, due to impunity, we have low figures. According to the global rate of impunity studied in the University of Puebla, Costa Rica is the only country in Costa Rica that has a privileged position where we are able to avoid impunity through law enforcement. In El Salvador, very sadly, I would say that we have gone from opacity to transparency, but that doesn't mean that there is an automatic reaction of the institutions that have been appealed to fight against crime or corruption. You don't see a lot of institutional action, and that's why we have a frustration that exists among the society. And we should also state that sometimes it's the Treasury Department of the U.S. that apparently has more information, like we see in money laundering in the specific case of Honduras right now, with cases in a very important bank. The fifth topic I want to talk about is that we need a transparency and anti-corruption system. If you pay attention on this topic of public funds management, we have authorities within the executive power. We have a controllership court. We have an oversight department. We have a department that oversees the behavior of public servants, the Secretariat of Transparency, the Institute of Access to Information, and the Justice Courts. But what happens? And why can't they work as a system? It would seem as if we have isolated efforts. I must state that one of the questions that they were asking us in our intervention is if we think this has to do with laws or culture. I must say that in El Salvador, we have a law of illegal enrichment, and that is of 1959. For the very first time a month ago, the law was enforced. Never before had this law been enforced. So I must recognize that if I'm an attorney and I work on the improvement of laws and proposal of good public policies, we need good laws, but also good enforcement. For example, if you have a bad law with a good willingness to enforcement, but that's, or the other way around, it's not applied, even if it's not enforced, even if the law is very good. Now I want to talk about corruption and women. I must state this, and I'm in a panel with all women. I feel very proud. I said, well, if the topic of corruption, well, what you have to do is put women in government and the corruption problem will be resolved. I was so mistaken. I would have to say that in the case of the ex-vice president of Guatemala, all the newspapers had this face on it, and it was a woman's face. And I read the study that was very well developed with the United Nations Development Program, and they let us see a little more, because we noticed that we have to analyze it more. We have to study more. It's not like, oh, it's that women have better values. No, this is a topic that we have to reflect on with scientific research, because any person can fall into corruption. And what we need is to understand human nature, and that the values be set on the table, that the incentives, that the exposure to power, because that's what makes the public servants vulnerable. And finally, I would have to ask, what's next? Which is the pending agenda? I would have to recognize that the people fighting against corruption are the important ones. We need leadership. We need to pay close attention to second-degree elections, because we want to have DAs with integrity that will follow the investigation to the end, and that they won't stop when they realize that the criminal is a friend or it involves a political party. And to do so, something that Mr. Alcantara always stated in the democratic studies is that we have to also review how our houses work, how our parliaments work, and value the processes. So to eliminate this culture of taking advantage of the voters, we have to renovate the hiring of public servants, the law of public servants, and internationally speaking, I would have to say that I have a lot of hope on modernizing transparency. And the effort of the OAS with MESICIC, of the government alliance that is open as an innovative way to have follow-up in public management, and working in the civil society, which is very important, so we can generate a virtuous circle where we bring together our efforts, the political leaderships, and civil society within our search for a culture of legality. Thank you very much, Claudia. We now give the floor to Minu Talavar. She is an academic and politician from the Dominican Republic. She has been a deputy since 2002, and she was the vice president in 1996 in this service. She also was in the University of APEC, worked as a professor. She was also a researcher for Dominican literature for the Caribbean and Hispanic literature for the Literarian Studies in Havana, Cuba. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear friends. I was here a year ago learning from you in this extraordinary gathering that is now in its 6th edition. In the political life, it has been very intense. So here I am more and more concerned and ashamed as well. I come from the Dominican Republic, where a couple weeks ago a contractor committed suicide because he was being extorted and blackmailed on behalf of public servants. I come from a parliament that virtually was violated by government bribes to obtain a constitutional reform for the re-election of the president, in showing the world and the democracy of the brutality that people work in. Without institutions, without a division of powers, and with governors that don't have scruples. If you think I'm exaggerating, I would say that in the next elections, we have candidates to be re-elected. All the current senators and almost all the ones of the government and allies, without the mediation of any internal competition. These new runs is part of the payment that has been signed and declared publicly. There is no sanction because the requested investigation by more than a dozen of the representatives because of bribe has been ignored completely by the Attorney General's office. And we still have more to do. More than 90% of the contributions to politics will benefit the candidacy of the current president. If that's not corruption, you name it. That situation needs an electoral observation that begins now, and it will be useless to do it 3 days before the elections of May 2016. So if every time we come together, we observe that corruption is going up in our countries, it's an imperative to begin to tell each other the truth. It would seem that we have taken the wrong path. Corruption comes from the word corrupt, which means to alter, destroy, seduce the original shape of something or somebody. So that's why it only takes place if those who take what is not theirs has the complicity of those of others that instead of reporting it, give in. Corrupt, according to Norberto Bobbio, is the illegal behavior of those who have a role within the state structure to favor private interests on behalf of a reward. So this means that the phenomenon only takes place within the public structure because these goods belong to the whole society and not the public servants. And the society is a group that's quite extensive and undetermined of people that many times do not have control mechanisms. If we look at this topic from a cultural point of view, I remember Eduardo Galeano when he said that the moral code of the end of the millennium does not condemn injustice, it condemns failure. And that is quite true in my country, where the natural interests are with no doubt inferior to the luck of the political party and its members. We do not sanction the unfair. We don't struggle for justice. What is important is the success measured by tunnels and streets and highways. You have to win the elections, so frauds ensure this. The use of public resources pays for it, and democracy suffers. Our political history has been the cyclic repetition of impunity, and our political practice is not conceived without that fighter, without that closeness to the worst habits, without dragging the sludge of the crimes, jails, and torture. It's true that ethics and politics are not the same thing, but they go hand in hand. If we mix them up, we build figures that are absolutely incapable of facing the challenges of a democratic policy. With great difficulties, who has to exert the ethical control of the public servants? Well, it would be in the hands of the political parties. They should be the first filters to avoid that these people have functions that allow them to use the resources in an illegal way. These political parties are the ones that should ensure that if they are involved in the bad use of public resources and that are embezzling the funds, and to ensure that they never ever take a position in the state, you don't need legal decisions. What we need is to make sure we have political accountability. The show, frankly, is very disappointing. The political parties defend their accused representatives, and they completely compromise the purpose of their creation, which is to publicly act for the well-being of everybody. The political parties should react immediately. In the past elections, in the campaigns, they announced that all they needed was to have rumors, but the government has not had the minimum willingness to face corruption or to even talk about the current corruption. What they have done with success is to use this true plague for democracy and well-being of those who are in our island as a political weapon to fight against their contraries within the political party and its allies. Corruption is not fought fighting against corruption. We know that protests or reporting are necessary, and it's a constitutionally recognized right, but they are insufficient. So they are disencouraged if they do not follow the political struggle. That's the one that should be taking the best to represent the citizens. That's the only way we can aspire to have public institutions that are capable of self-control and aspire to an independent justice. We have learned that it's not the lack of transparency that allows for corruption, and I elaborate. As a legislator, I was part of a commission that investigated the bidding process of a construction of these plants in Santa Catalina, Punta Catalina. It was a millionary bidding process that everybody could see, and there are no possibilities observed that this could be corrected or that the responsible parties be sanctioned in a criminal court. It's the opacity, which is contrary to transparency, that has allowed for these types of corruption. We have reached extremes where the corruption is completely transparent, and the impunity, which is the protection of the state protecting criminals, also when he talks about the importance of transparency in the public speech, says that is everything except for a public demand. This demand for transparency is only used to create scandals. And we have to struggle against this with in an energetic way. It's useless to have a political participation that is made up of complaints. What we have to aspire for are citizens that are politically committed and create relationships of trust, and the trust for this to exist does not demand to know everything of others. If we all know it, if we all know everything, trust is left over.
We don't have any other choice but to organize ourselves from the political point of view to get rid of corrupt people from the state, from the offices. And the only way of doing it is by winning the elections in the democratic fight. The fight against corruption, because corruption is a political crime, must be done that way. We have to begin creating new visions about politics. Time has passed by in which Latin American dictatorship ruled, in which politicians and politics were always activities carried out by bad people, and that politics can be something that can be sanctionable. If we want to improve politics and if we want to abolish corruption, we need to organize and search for new practices, because just by looking at what we and at the way that we are as countries shows that what we do not only enables investment, but it also creates a culture that's the way it's always been. Dear friends, I hope that we are able and capable to begin fighting corruption by isolating the thieves and placing the right opportunity to politics. International bodies know the rankings. They read the indicators. A country ruled by honest politicians is not going to be treated the same way that a country that is being abused by its governors. Same thing for those that look for different opportunities for our countries. We have no other choice. They have given us no other choice. So I invite you to work together to fight the difficulties that we need to face. But be sure that good cause, good ideas, good people, good behaviors will win over the other ones in the construction of a more democratic Latin America.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Leni Valdivia, Minister of Transparency and Fight Against Corruption in Bolivia. She's an attorney at law and a teacher at a university level. She worked as juridical director at the National Service of Roads, and she's also been chief for the Department of Legal Management in the National Customs Office in Bolivia. She also performed as the director of the Supervising Authority of the Financial System. The floor is yours. Good afternoon to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, my greetings to the panelists. Please receive the greetings from the President of Bolivia, Don Evo Morales. Without his agreement, I would not be here with you. My special thanks to the Institute and to the organizing committee for being such good hostess and for making us feel at home. I'm going to try to control my time in order to respect everybody's time. I am very happy to talk about a topic that it's complex, but at the same time very sensitive to all the countries of Latin America. It is important to give context to the time in which we are currently in Latin America when speaking about corruption. We are many first ministers, I'm sure, are not able to sleep at night because of corruption. And the topic of corruption in Latin America, it's linked deeply with power, with political power management, and with something that is very special. It is very linked to the environment of prime ministers, not only around their families, but also close friends and close authorities. Governors are concerned, of course, because it has to do and it affects the popularity index that they have. I'm talking about countries such as Chile, Argentina, Brazil, during 2015 with very, very important scandals. Also in the center of the continent, we have seen what happened in Guatemala. And the truth is that if there are still officers that believe that the topic of corruption is going to be accepted by the citizens, they are actually undermining the intelligence of citizens, because that is something that we cannot tolerate as citizens. That is why we say that the topic of corruption should not only be seen as a political phenomenon, but also, and without a doubt, it's a social and economic phenomenon. Why do I say that it is a political phenomenon? Well, besides the reasons that we have heard today, it is important that in order to face the topic of transparency, access to information, fight against corruption, it is very, very important that we have the will of the government of each country. It is not only that each country will create institutions in charge of the topic, in charge of implementing preventive measures, but also fight against corruption. That's not enough. I think we need something else that is even more important, and that is that prime ministers accept with accountability to face the topic of corruption. Corruption stops the development of the countries. Corruption does not permit governments to create ongoing public policies, for example, for the eradication of poverty. For example, in Bolivia, our president has a public policy that is very clear, that it's part of the strategic plan of the state, that is known as the Agenda Patriótica 2025. Why 2025? Because in 2025 we'll be celebrating our 200-year anniversary of the foundation of a republic. So this Agenda Patriótica has three main pillars. Has 11 main pillars, and the 11th one talks about corruption. And guess what? Bolivia is maybe the only country in Latin America as as in need of a special office to treat it. And it is not only because of the type of government that our president wants. It is because that's how the state approves its investment in a topic that in other countries don't even pay attention to. And we don't even see the true will of facing the problem with prevention and fight against corruption. This in other countries. Now, the Agenda Patriótica also gathers another element that needs to be taken into account. Corruption in each country obeys its society, obeys its people, obeys the conditions and the institutions, the education, the universities, and its reality. In our case, we have gathered three main principles. First, not to steal, not to lie, and not to be lazy. In our Quechua tongue is the words that she has said. And as you know, 2 months ago, with the United Nations resolution, our principles were recognized as ancestral principles for an appropriate management of public administration. The other element that I consider it's important to put on the table has been, or it talks about the main problems that most countries are facing. These problems have to do, once again, with corruption. The first of them, and maybe the most important one, is the one that has to do with bureaucracy, with red tape. This problem is being faced, generally speaking, in my country. Unfortunately, the excess of bureaucracy in the state body and in the different entities and agencies of the different countries is not allowing to render public service in an adequate manner. So there is the need that, based upon our realities, we should think about the role of public administration once again. We need to redesign it. We need to create ethical principles and values with which we should be working. We need to implement different cultures that take into account ethics. So with those attitudes, we would be able to support the transparent management, not only from in the executive branch, but also in the other branches of government. Another important aspect that Claudia has already mentioned is the one about regulation. Is it enough to have a very rigid regulation with severe sanctions for crimes related to corruption? Is that enough? I am totally sure that it is not enough, because something that has been shown in real life is that the topic of corruption cannot only be approached with the creation of sanctioning laws, but that it also needs to be approached with justice management systems that are effective. There is no good on having in our legislation crimes of corruption with very, very drastic sanctions. If in real life we are not clear on what we do and we leave many crimes in impunity. The role of the district attorney to fight corruption is another important factor. However, a district attorney that continues with objective investigations, that organizes functional investigations with impartiality, are is so needed to fight corruption. In Bolivia, from the Ministry of Transparency and Fight Against Corruption, we created different mechanisms, always respecting the institutions, but we work with the district attorney. We need to acknowledge still that we have a lot of problems still with the management system of the judiciary. Another important aspect that nowadays countries need to face when talking about corruption is the one that has to do with the hiring processes. This is actually one of the core areas of public management, of public administration. We would say maybe one of the weaknesses, because we have not been able to establish the mechanisms so that we can have an adequate control between service providers and public administration. And I am very, very sure that in many, many countries, we will have to work a lot. Because even today, many, many citizens believe that the problem of corruption has to do with responsibility and accountability of governments and states. But I believe that the topic of corruption, yes, it is a problem that needs to be faced by the government in all of its levels. It also represents liability and accountability for the citizens. Every day we face behaviors. A very concrete example is, for example, when we are in line and someone comes and tries to cut the line without respecting the order, many, many times, in order not to create a conflict, we tolerate the situation and we don't say anything about it. The topic of education is another important topic. This morning I heard panelists talking about education. Of course, it is a pending endeavor that needs to be faced by the state, mainly as a preventive action. And I say preventive action because I believe that we need to begin educating our young children, and we also need to implement values. We need to reinforce the values that are given in schools and universities and in families, in our youth, because our youth is the future of our country. I think that I have already approached some of the topics that I wanted to share with you during my first participation. I just want to add and close by saying that to fight corruption, it's already a complex duty. However, I believe that we all are doing our efforts, are doing our best. Some more than others. However, the important thing is the results, if we are being effective with our public policies in the fight against corruption. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministra. Vamos ahora a dar paso a...
Thank you very much. Now we're going to open the floor for questions. And now our panel members will have the opportunity to elaborate on their ideas or on the questions here presented by the audience. This question is not for anyone in particular, so please feel free to answer it, any of you. Which country in the American continent is the one that has the best anti-corruption and transparency model? I would say that maybe we can go one question and answer it, as we still have plenty of time in our panel.
de cada país, cada sociedad es totalmente diferente.
Each country has a different reality, so I don't think we could state that there is one model that is perfect. There are some guidelines in the framework of international conventions. For example, the Inter-American Convention Against Corruption, the one that I mentioned and the one that Claudia mentioned, has the MESISIC. This mechanism, all state members have to analyze the progress of each country, and also the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. So we could say that the most important thing is that public policies in each country are addressed to answering the needs of the society. We also need to take into account the mechanisms of access to information. I don't think we have uniformity in our Latin American context. I think there are countries that already have access to information legislation, and there are also some other countries that in their administrative structure already have created institutions that guarantee access to information is actually happening. However, there are other countries as mine in which we are only beginning to guarantee access to information. In any case, the important thing, even when we talk about sanctions or any of that, it all has to do with the identification of the causes, the diagnosis made of each country, because based upon that, with public policies, we will be able to answer the problems of transparency and fight against corruption. Thank you, Minister. There is another question that has to do with the building of citizenry and the fight against corruption. What could citizens do in order to have a more active role in the fight against corruption? I think Claudia is the one that wants to answer this question. First of all, I do consider the human right of freedom of association and peaceful demonstration. Sometimes politicians don't like these big demonstrations. The mere fact that a society can actually exercise pressure in their governments by demonstrations, it's important. This room is full of young people, different ages of young, because we all count. But I believe that youth needs to continue asking, questioning, using these social networks, and go not only from being active online, but to be active outside of the line. I think the civil society should continue exercising pressure, and I think this is a collective effort from public servants to do their work correctly, to develop laws, to develop mechanisms for accountability, to manage public funds adequately, because sometimes the officers believe that their money is their money, so why would we ask about what they're doing with it? And also to depoliticize corruption. And I think this is quite a challenge for the civil society. Let me share with you something that happens in El Salvador. The corrupt one is always from a different party. In my party, we're all angels, and that is, of course, not true. So the civil society has a lot of challenges, and especially we need to know and accept that we are all interconnected. And that is why I say that I really appreciate that we have the representation of the Arab world, because the Arab Spring was a very, very important awakening that has had consequences in many other countries. I believe that Central America was the very last one to receive that wave. However, the important thing is that we we want to have a vibrant civil society that is united to work against corruption. House Representative, please feel free to answer. We also have a question for you. Why don't you present the question and I can answer both at the same time? The question here is if there is a dilemma or how should we start? Do we need to further culture and ethical values against corruption, or the emphasis needs to be done in lawmaking? Is it a cultural battle or is it a legal battle? Allow me to talk first about the previous question because I think it's very important and had a lot to do with the insight that I have just shared with you. Or democratic societies, and we need to think about them as a round table that is supported by three legs. We have the state, then we have the society, the organized society, and then we have the political parties. And if one of these legs breaks or limps, the whole society is going to be affected. And that is why I insist in this statement about demonstrations. Demonstrations need to go with political fight because otherwise the results that they have are not the ones that we want. And I differ a little with the Arab Spring. Who won? Who's been winning the elections after the political processes? After these fight processes. What happened to Spain after March 15? The demonstrations, I don't remember the date. The spring in Spain. Who won? The same guys. So what happened? What happened in many of those? Arab Spring was. We're going to talk about all those topics tomorrow. But if we want those demonstrations to result in something positive with positive changes, with democratic changes, we need to link it to the political fight. And unfortunately, and we began with all these with the dictatorships, and I said it before, and it happened later, but we spent for many, many decades killing the political administration and the state agencies with an absurd speech that doesn't take us anywhere. And here we are. Here we are. We have institutions, we have NGOs that are actually state agencies, because if they don't have local government funds, they have funds from other governments or from the international bodies that are actually being paid by the state. So what's happened? What's happened after so many years of that fight? Which are the results? Our societies are less corrupt than 15 years ago? Can we say that? No, we can't. Sadly, we can't. It's disappointing. So I insist. My statement is to go around. We need to restate how we are going to further actions, joint actions, with which we can increase the possibilities of being successful in our fight. If we want to have better Congress, that would only be possible if we change those that are in Congress. and having better representatives there. There is no other way to do it, unless, of course, we decide to change our system, which I don't think it's being considered in any of the countries here represented. So the mere complaint, can maybe give us a lot of satisfaction. The satisfaction of writing a tweet complaining about something. But what happens next day in our societies? Nothing happens. So that's the insight. That's the reflection. That is the change that we need to create. And I'm not saying that it should not happen or that it should not be done that way. I'm saying that it needs to be done in a different manner. That yelling before the offices asking to have the corrupt ones leave is not going to be enough. We need to get courage, and we need to go into the offices and get rid of all those, because there are no other ways of doing it. Maybe we are very happy doing our demonstrations and thinking that we are meeting our social responsibility because we are complaining about those that are corrupt and because we post their photographs in our Facebook. But next day, nothing happens and things continue. So that's the path. We need to design it, and we have to design it together. And it has to be one single path that is going to be linked with the political fight, because the political fight is what we have and what we need. And that has to do with culture. And
I'm going to make a final reflection. Corruption is a very hostile element, and that is seen throughout our states and countries. However, culture, I think it was Morua who said, culture is what we have after we forgot what we learned. Once we forget everything we learned, culture is what's left. That's the basis of our culture. I do not like to talk about comprehensive solutions to problems, because we end up resolving nothing, because you have to approach the topic, and with culture this happens, so you can't do anything because you have to do everything. And we have to be very cautious with this. But Martí used to say that the art is doing in a peaceful way, making hostile elements of the nation. That's the challenge we have. And if there's a hostile activity against any of our countries or societies, that is the corruption. That is the culture of corruption. That is the culture of impunity that has stopped us throughout time, and that has hindered that all the economic growth that for many decades our continent has shown, even with pride, is not translated into a true development and a true reduction of the highest immoral levels of poverty that we still have the luxury of having. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Congressman Minú. I have a question for Minister Leni. Would it be possible to completely eradicate corruption? With no doubt, it's impossible. There is no perfect system where corruption would be the governors who have to implement and issue effective public policies to try to reduce and mitigate corruption. And within that context, it's important to work on public policies that are preventive. You have to think about the causes for this struggle against corruption. And I would like to share this message. If governors do things well to fight against corruption, we can change lives, and that's what's most important. I agree, with no doubt. For Claudia, what would be the most important political struggle to combat corruption? There is a lot that I would like to talk about, and I am going to begin with this because I believe in political parties, I believe in politics, and the role we have in society is additional to what the democratic institutions should be doing. From the political point of view, it's very important to have transparency of funds used in politics. It seems obvious, but in El Salvador, we have done wonderful things to not legislate good laws to regulate the funding of political parties. In politics as well, we have to see when we have true leadership, because what politicians are doing is simulate. But in the end, there is no willingness. That is why I think that the best strategies are the ones that bring together all the elements, public, private, and in this line of thought, there are wonderful practices that are being analyzed in this alliance of open governments. Why? Because power tends to close up, and it tries to struggle against this state giant, like we saw in the morning, is farther and farther away from citizens. Governments throughout the world have legitimacy problems, efficacy and efficiency problems. Within the modernization of the state, we need to use all resources. But at least in my country, in El Salvador, I feel that public management is damaged. And it's not giving us the results that people want. And people get frustrated. And people leave. Do you know that an indicator of lack of discontent is when people are packing and they look for their dreams in another country because their country doesn't give them the opportunities. And that is a permanent suffering because our productive people also leave. So I think that this monster has to be attacked in many different directions. I think we should reassess politics, but we also have to give a place to the civil society. And of course, institutions have to be involved, and I think it would be even better if our governors are the ones working with the Institute of Information Access. For example, in the Attorney General's office, in the DA's office, have responsibilities just like judges do. But do you know that in El Salvador, proof by excellence are witnesses. We have an excellent forensic medicine lab that is only used for paternity tests. So where is the efficacy, the efficiency? And has this always been the case? What else do we have to do? You see this in the newspapers. With a little help from the civil society, with freedom of speech, we are able to change this status quo. Thank you.
Gracias, Claudia. Bien, saliéndome un poco de las reglas.
Bending the moderation rules a little, to close, I would like to ask you to share a conclusion. I will give you the rest of the questions because I think that I think it would be worthwhile to let you conclude with an important point. For example, Claudia has emphasized the struggle against corruption with people. Maybe in the case of Minu, we talk about the method of fighting against corruption. And in the case of our minister, a focus on the institutions to be able to struggle against corruption. Following these main lines of thought, I would propose that you present your conclusions following the same order we began with, so you can freely express your final message. Optional. It's optional, of course. Our starting point by emphasizing that corruption destroys institutionality. It destroys the public management. And of course, this takes us towards of societies making these more unfair. And just like we have stated before, the fight against corruption is political, generally speaking. However, strong economic connotations because of the impact it has. But it shouldn't be like we stated before. This is an aspect in which in still many countries the private sector does not take on the responsibility of corruption because they don't feel responsible for it. And what's true is that all citizens are partly responsible because in one way or another, we also generate these conditions that encourage corruption. Just as an example, when we do not report a corrupt act, or in one way or another we are part of a bribe, it doesn't matter if it's because you were speeding or something. It doesn't matter how big it is, but each and every one of us on a daily basis have the opportunity of contributing to eradicate corruption in our countries. And just like we have expressed it, there are no countries where you do not face corruption. I want to reiterate and talk about political willingness that is very important. And I'm not saying we don't have corruption in Bolivia, but on a daily basis we face and we have generated reporting mechanisms that are very important through which the citizens can let us know about the corruption cases they have seen. However, it's also important to not just implement these mechanisms of formal complaints, but we also have to be effective as states to respond to these reports, because if not, you create lack of trust with citizens. Like I said, corruption is a task we all have to work on. Thank you very much, Minister Leni. Claudia has asked to speak. I would like to reiterate what we all know. Corruption kills. It kills because medicines do not get to the hospitals, because it makes the gap of education grow. People don't learn in schools because corruption causes bad management of funds in the state, and that it's also used to privilege the pockets of very few. This suffering is enormous, and I'm going to tell you a story that made me change my perspective. Mexico, at least for El Salvador, has always been a very important reference in its model of access to information, as well as a project that I was able to implement in El Salvador that was taking the law of information access to vulnerable communities. A great accomplishment for me is when a human being that is in a condition of poverty uses this law of information access, empowers herself, and she realizes that for the very first time she has the right to ask her or his governor what he is doing about her problem. For example, with mothers in a very poor community, I would ask the mothers, what do you want to know? And she would say, I want to know why my son is in 4th grade and doesn't know how to read. I don't understand. So sometimes the questions are so important to offer democracy to our citizens, the democracy that we have been talking about all this day. And these days, for example, information access, transparency, the public servant's role, give context and contents to our democracy. So the fact that we have been invited, that we have been able to share all these experiences also is very encouraging to want to continue always having this strength to fight. And like we were saying, are we going to eradicate it? Maybe not all of it, but we will make it more and more complicated for sure. The reality is that corruption is rooted in politics. And in the political playground, we have not been able to resolve this hostile topic of our times. So the question that brings us together are all necessary and valid. They are all in the center of what our challenges are going to do. Of our challenges, if they are political or citizen challenges or social challenges, or challenges of the possibilities our country have to build a better future for its citizens. I would like to conclude with one final reflection regarding these questions that brought us together in this panel, and that very quickly I addressed when I spoke a few moments ago. And it has to do with culture and how corruption has its roots in those politics of our world. Culture of success that takes us towards wanting to have acceptance no matter what, to accumulate the largest amount of wealth possible, and trying to play our role with God and the devil at the same time. That is the reality with which that we are facing. So how are we going to struggle against that reality, knowing that this is a topic that is directly related to the state management with the state administration? So I would say that as citizens, we have the responsibility of voting for better representatives. We have to be capable of demanding, of supervising, of punishing those who do not responsibly represent us, that do not meet their promises. We also have to strengthen our oversight mechanisms. And our countries are practically inexistent. I am a congresswoman, and when we talk about oversight, we see that it's a topic that's forgotten in the great majority of the House representatives of our continent, and it's fundamental. I don't even know if it's more important than the tax legislations or representations. And in countries such as ours, where we do not have a division of powers, where we have a presidentialism that dominates, and this means that the House of Representatives don't even dare to discuss in depth the budgets and to oversee that the items included truly are used in the public policies that have to change, to make sure that that budget is executed according to how it was proposed. These are fundamental functions, and they involve the public servants, and they also have to involve our citizens. And we would begin to search solutions for this topic that, yes, maybe it won't be totally eradicated, but it's obvious where we have sanctions, where the institutions work, and that in the societies where the citizens demand and claim from their elected representatives, and that makes it much harder for them to be corrupt, and that has to be the road to be followed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Congresswoman Minou. So with that remark, we conclude the participation of our distinguished panelists on the topic of corruption, culture or legality in democracy. Thank you very much, and congratulations for your presentations. We are going to have a 10
favor. Gracias. Tú estás aquí. Ya lo tengo ahí. Gracias. Gracias.
Thank you.
Vamos a dar inicio
We are going to begin
a la sesión número 3
with session number 3 for our program today.
Para ello,
To do so, we have the great honor to have as a moderator for this panel the advisor for the National Electoral Institute, Pamela San Martin.
Pues buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Antes que nada,
Good afternoon to all of you. I want to say thank you to all our participants. With Palomares,
momentos más se estará incorporando con nosotros el consejero electoral Benito Nasif, que está atorado un
Mr.
poco en el
Nassif will
tráfico
be
de
with us in
la
just
Ciudad
a
de
few
México.
moments.
Pues como ya sabemos todos el tema
As
que
we all
nos-
know, the
al que venimos
topic
el día de hoy
that we
en
are
esta
here
mesa
to discuss
es la ciudadanía en contextos de
is
violencia.
citizenry
Que
within the
me parece
context
que a
of
partir de
violence.
las experiencias que hemos tenido
And
en
I think
México
that based
en
on
el
the
pasado proceso
experiences
electoral, en los pasados
we
procesos
have had
electorales,
in
pero me parece
Mexico,
que,
in the past
destacadamente en el
elections,
pasado
but I would
proceso
say
electoral, en el que el ejercicio de los derechos de las y
where
los
the
ciudadanos
activity
sí se vio
of the rights
atravesado
of
por un
citizens was
contexto de violencia
violated
que más allá
with a context
de
of
una
violence.
violencia que
And
tuviese
it
que ver
wasn't a
con el
violence
crimen
that had to
organizado,
do with
tuvo un
organized
componente
crime, but it did
particular
have a very
en relación
specific
con,
component regarding
tener como uno de sus propósitos el frenar
having one of the
el
purpose
desarrollo de
of
las elecciones, de los procesos
stopping
electorales, a
the
partir de
elections.
distintos contextos y
And based on
circunstancias que
different
vivimos en el país.
contexts and
Me
circumstances
parece
that
que
we
este
saw
tema
in
se
the country,
convierte de
I think that this
central o de mucha
topic
relevancia
becomes
para,
very
para
relevant
nosotros,
for
a
us
partir de las experiencias
based
que se
on
han
the
podido tener
experiences
tanto
that we
en
have
el
had
continente americano como
in
en
the
Europa,
American
de
continent
cómo,
and in
ejercer
Europe
esta ciudadanía
regarding how
en estos
to
contextos de
act
violencia, o
on
cómo estos
our
contextos de
citizenry
violencia inciden
within these
positivo o negativamente
contexts of violence
en el
and how
ejercicio
these
de
have
la
a
ciudadanía.
positive or negative
Me parece
effect
que
on citizens.
estos
I
elementos
think
de
that these
reflexión
elements
diaria,
of
sin duda,
reflection for today
contribuirán a poder,
will
pensar
contribute
más adelante
to be able to
cómo ir
think
generando
later on
mejores
how to
contextos
generate
para el ejercicio
better
de los
contexts
derechos de las y los
for
ciudadanos.
the
No
rights of
solo, sin
citizens.
duda, el ejercicio de
And
los
not
derechos
only
políticos,
political
pues el ejercicio de la
rights,
ciudadanía no
but
inicia ni concluye
we do not begin
en el
or
ejercicio de
end
los
with
derechos
just
políticos, pero sí
political
tiene un
rights.
punto de,
But
central
it does
de
have
partida
a
o de
key
llegada
element
en el ejercicio de estos.
for
Como
these
ustedes
rights to
saben,
take place. As you
tenemos
already
con
know,
nosotros a,
with
primero,
us,
a
first
Gustavo
of all, we
Palomares,
have
a mi lado,
Gustavo Palomares,
que
who is sitting
preside
next
el
to me.
Instituto de Altos
He
Estudios
is
Europeos
head of
y es uno de los
High
más
European
importantes
Studies
especialistas en
Institute.
relaciones
He's one of the
internacionales,
best
principalmente
specialists
en el
we
campo de la
have in
cooperación entre la
international
Unión
affairs,
Europea y América Latina,
especially
así
in
como en el estudio
cooperation
de la
between
política exterior
Europe
de los Estados Unidos.
and Latin
De
America
forma
and
paralela
foreign
a su
affairs
labor
of the U.S.
académica, ha sido
He
director de
also
algunos de
has
los
been the
principales
director
proyectos de
of
reforma
many of the
del
main
Estado en
reform
América
projects
Latina.
for the
Muchísimas
state
gracias,
in Latin
Gustavo, por
America.
acompañarnos.
Gustavo, thank you so
También,
much for being with us.
junto a él está,
Next to him,
Armand Pechard,
we have
que es
Armand
politólogo y
Pechard.
economista canadiense.
He is a
Ha sido
political
profesor invitado en el
scientist.
Instituto del
He
Servicio
has
Exterior
been
del
a
Departamento
guest
de Estado de
speaker
Estados Unidos,
in the
la
State
Universidad de la Defensa
Department
Nacional de
in the
Washington,
University
y el
of
Colegio de
Defense
las
of
Fuerzas
Washington
Canadienses.
and the
Fue
Canadian
director del
Forces
proyecto
School. He was
Centros de Estudios
director
Internacionales
of the
Estratégicos
International and
para
Strategic
México,
Studies
y
for
actualmente
Mexico,
es director
and currently
de
he is the
Pechard,
director
Fregut
of
y Asociados.
Bechard and
Agradecemos
Associates.
también,
So we
presencia de
also
Armand.
say
Y en
thank
unos
you,
momentos,
Armand.
considerará,
And
se
like I
incorporará
was
también
saying,
el
we will
consejero
also have the
electoral
participation
Benito
of
Nasif,
Benito
quien,
Nasif.
es
He
politólogo
is an
mexicano,
electoral board
ha sido
member. He is a
profesor
political
investigador de la
scientist. He
División
has
de
been a
Estudios Políticos
researcher
del
for
CIDE,
political
es
sciences of
miembro del
CIDE.
Sistema
He is a
Nacional de
member of the
Investigadores y autor
National
de diversas
Research
obras.
Network,
En
and
el
he
IFE,
is an author to
Instituto Federal
various
Electoral,
books.
fue consejero
In
ciudadano local y
IFE, he
distrital.
was a
Posteriormente fue
local
electo,
and district
consejero
board
electoral
member,
del
and
Consejo
then he
General
was
del Instituto
elected for the
Federal
general
Electoral, y ahora
board,
es consejero
and
federal-
now
consejero
he
electoral del Consejo
is
General
in
del
the
Instituto Nacional
INE,
Electoral.
in the National
Para
Electoral
comenzar esto,
Institute.
les daría,
To
15
begin,
minutos a
I will
cada
give
uno de
each one of
quienes nos
you
acompañan para
15
después
minutes
poder
to
entrar a
speak,
una etapa
and then
de,
we will go
en su caso,
towards
atender preguntas que
a
nos
Q&A
pudieran
session.
formular quienes nos acompañan.
that the audience can address us. And the idea is to have an opportunity to discuss the different positions that we have. Okay, Gustavo, the floor is yours. Good afternoon to all of you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you to approach a topic that I think, first of all, is a topic that deserves a congratulation to the whole team that organized this, because last year when we were talking about a new topic, and it was regarding our concerns of the Latin American citizens, and definitely it's the topic of violence. Violence is the main issue in the Latin barometer. It's the #1 problem that the Latin American citizens judge as the topic of biggest concern. And it's the first topic for the citizens, and that affects all the different states. So it's not just other citizens, but it's also the #1 within the public agenda. And like just this forum begins with the knowledge of information that is repeated every year, but I think that it's fundamental, and it's not only from the citizen point of view, but also a scientific approach. So I think it's very important to have the report that was published last week with the rate of peace. And there it states that Latin America, with no doubt, is the continent that has the highest level of violence. Out of 25 countries, there are 6 Latin American countries that appear in that rate of peace: Colombia, Mexico, and this is the order: Colombia, Mexico, Venezuela, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. So this means that these figures that are repeated and that maybe will change orders, but they repeat their presence in a systematic way, and it goes hand in hand with the number of homicides with the World Health Organization, and we have a terrible rate of 103 people for every 100,000 for Honduras, Venezuela, 56, Jamaica, Belize, Mexico, etc., etc., etc. But I would say that beyond the figures, I want to share my experience, our experience that we have dealt with directly, and taking into account that the Institute of Higher European Studies right now is working on the Peace and Post-Conflict Project in Colombia. We are developing this project, and we are advisors to the court in Colombia and the General Attorney's Office as well, and we have had the opportunity to work in arenas in which the citizenry has had to occupy empty spots. They have had to occupy these spots as an alternative to the conflict. They have had to earn these areas of space with citizen initiatives that I would like to share with you. And I would like to share it with you because I am sure, and I was talking about it right now, the analysis that we do of these scenarios is brilliant. I think that this morning we have had very interesting presentations that have had to do with the democratic deficits that our states have and our citizens have. We know how to define the what, but we don't know how to define the how. How can those citizens that sometimes are forgotten of can take on roles that are denied because of the reality of violence and the state reality that still does not recognize their effective, real spaces of participation so that citizens can take on the important role that they still don't have within Latin America. And they are going to allow me to refer to some of the studies that our team of researchers have carried out in analyzing these scenarios of conflict.
These scenarios of conflict, of lack of participation of citizens, two mentioned four main gaps that have to do with these gaps, with these scenarios of conflict, where citizens need to look for answers from their own initiative so that those gaps would be filled, those gaps that have not been filled by public areas. Our researchers talk about four main gaps that are associated in Latin America with those scenarios of conflict. The first one has to do with inequality, the gap of inequality. I think inequality has been the topic of most of what has been said. But you know what? More than just that discussion, I think that we have had progress against the inequality because the study shows certain progress. For example, in health policies, in academic policies, even more, we have evidence that scarce progress in inequality was compensated because we are trying to, or we are actually creating institutions with inequality in three areas that have a lot to do with violence. That is women, young women, and children. So inequality is already an institution in those areas. And when we have analyzed the different indexes with those scenarios of conflict, we realize that there is a direct relationship and the scenarios that are different. So there is a direct relationship between violence, gender violence, and lack of opportunities. With the lack of opportunities and with conflict. So we are probably working with the lack of institutions, not only with respect to the security and the conflict as one of the main consequences of that situation. But even more, I would say, we are also witnesses of the lack of public policies that put these two factors together, inequality and lack of opportunities, conflict scenario, and lack of peace. We know that there is no link in the public policies, but actually the public policies that we create are parallel public policies that try to approach this situation but do not create this relationship that we can totally be sure of. So what am I going to say talking about democracy in this wonderful country of Mexico, about the gap that has to do with the states? I would not only dare to say what's happening in Colombia, the lack of presence of this state with more than 75% of that land, and in those situations and those populations that need to manage such a terrible conflict with this path that affects more than 12% of the population in that country. That lack of presence of the state that is directly associated not only with the lack of security of security policies, but also with a lack of legitimacy from the state to guarantee those fields of obtaining peace and winning it over conflict. Lack of legitimacy on behalf of the instruments of the state to guarantee not only the security of the population, but also the fight against organized crime. It's been already 1 year since the last situation of the killing of students in Guerrero. And maybe it has to do with the lack of instruments that the state has and the perception that citizens have of that lack of legitimacy to guarantee peace spaces that have to do with the fundamental right to live. So that gap that has to do with the responsibility of public powers within a balance that I would say that in the last years, with the last happenings, has been measured between the search for security against the respect and the instruments for the defense of fundamental rights. This lack of balance sometimes has to do with the responsibility that the state has, that sometimes in the last times have been in favor of security instead of the rights. I would like to speak now about a third gap that has to do with the scenarios of conflict that we have lived in the big cities, in the neighborhoods, in the rural areas. This, I would dare to say, it's a global problem that's been shared in the different spaces, in our different continents, and in different fields of the global agenda. And it's the labor gap that affects our youth. Maybe the main shared problem, not only in Latin America, but also in Europe, in Asia, in North America, a problem that really affects our youth is the lack of opportunities. And therefore, that is why they go into violence, into conflict, because they don't have the channels with which they can find a proactive space in their homes, in their communities, in their states. That lack of opportunities that is very, very associated with the increase of violence and conflict. And the fourth gap is that if the state has not been able to solve it, then the citizens would not be able to do it either. And I'm talking about the gender violence gap. It is just unacceptable on behalf of the state and on behalf of the citizens that we do not have the instruments that we need to approach gender violence. Situations as the ones that we've seen in Spain and some realities of large cities, just like in Mexico City, where every year in a city like this, we have more than 120, 130, 140, 150 killed women, a reality that repeats year after year, even though we have public policies with very scarce results. So it not only affects women as it is a shared problem, but it also an impact in the origin of women as the main engine to win spaces for peace and to overcome violence. So those four gaps open the hypothesis that we had on our table. It says, which would be the answer, or which could be the answer of citizens in order for them to win that space, to overcome conflict, if the truth is that they are only managing the gaps that I have mentioned. I could also say that citizens need to be not only the reivindicating element for a state with public policies that will achieve spaces of peace, but to create public policies with participative democracy with which we can make sure that our public policies will actually create respect to those communities that need to manage violence. Citizens must be the fundamental engine, with or without the state, in the peace policy, in the peace culture, as the grassland of democracy, as grasslands for human development. So which are the instruments that citizens have available to actually become stakeholders and leaders in this situation? Because right now they are not. Well, it needs to be the grassroots of peace, beginning with their families, beginning with their neighborhoods. We need to be capable of achieving citizens' participation, not only in the creation of public policies, but also when establishing fundamental bases to achieve more peace spaces, to win over conflict. It has to be this stakeholder that will actually help us to achieve public policies with the priority of achieving the respect to human rights. Therefore, citizens are going to be the trainers of this peace culture from our families, from our schools, from our neighborhoods, with the help of the state, with the ignorance of the state, and I would even say with the opposition of the state. Citizens need to be capable of winning those spaces that are sometimes being denied by the public reality. Thank you. Thank you very much, Gustavo. Now I would like to welcome the board member, Benit Nassif, and I would like to pass the floor to Armand Pechard, International Advisor. Pamela, thank you very much. Before anything else, I would like to say thank you to the INE, to the AOS, and to all the co-sponsors for this event and for their kind invitation to participate in this 6th forum. I don't know how many times I've been here, but it is always something educative for me. The participation in this forum, it's always important because of the quality of the discussion. It is always of high level, exception made of the mistakes that the INE makes when they invite me to come once again and again. I think Manuel has not learned anything. When I was invited, of course, there were more panelists than the ones that we have currently. And I actually filed a few comments with respect to a participation of only 10 minutes. But I would try to stretch my comments because Manuel has asked me to, as we have more space in the panel than what it was thought. And I would do my best to elaborate on the topics. But I also wanted to make another comment. I have shortened or dedicated my comments just to the invitation and to the guideline that was provided to me with respect to the event. I am totally sure that the threat of democracy or the threat to democracy is the unbalance between state and citizens because of the difference in public opinion, not only in the region of Latin America, but also in the United States with respect to the levels of disapproval for their presidents, their executive branch, Congress, and including political parties. So it's a lack of balance in which citizens don't feel represented because they consider that politics and decision-making processes for public policies or for lawmaking, it's only a result of particular interest of the politicians, or either at a federal level, provincial level, or municipal level, or to groups of interest that are legal and illegal, and the interest of political parties. The gap of such unbalance between citizens and the state is wider and wider in Latin America, especially when we talk about lack of security and corruption, not only economic inequality and poverty. Actually, I would argue that economic inequality, corruption, and citizens' lack of security are, on many occasions, interrelated. The panel presents questions to the panel members. For example, the performance of citizens in violent situations, maybe to try to be the peaceful agent, or maybe to do something else. And the answer to the question is yes, there are two options. One is through the institutions, and the other one is through the non-institutional path. However, I believe that first we must acknowledge that these gaps are present because of 5 real phenomena. The first one is the institutional weakness of the security forces. That weakness, in the case of Guatemala, to give you an example, we're talking about a country with more bodyguards than police officers or army members. So that is an institutional weakness that is very well perceived in Guatemala. Mexico has a very similar challenge. The second is the use of security forces for political purposes, not for the security of citizens or the management of justice. And the third one is the lack of independence of the judicial branch, where justice management is totally politicized. And the fourth one has already been said by Gustavo, is the lack of control within the territories. For the case of Guatemala, in the San Marcos department, which is the one that has the border with the state of Chiapas, the National Civil Police have deployed outside their region because the National Police cannot guarantee security of foods, of the elements, the security of the elements of the district police. And some cases, the fifth one is the fact that political actors have behaved as accomplices, because with the private sector, with mutual interest of enrichment, in most of the cases, illicit enrichment. And this is a reality also for the case of Mexico. I, as an analyst, have seen it, and this situation exists in all the levels of the structures, beginning with the leaders, the ejido leaders, municipal mayors, local representatives, federal representatives, and members of the executive branch. And the networking between certain stakeholders at that level with organized crime members, with gang members, is a reality as well.
Por la vía institucional,
Through the institutional path, citizens can get organized first to spread the problem. If you look into social networks, for example, in the case of Mexico, you can see how people now post thefts and things like that. So that's one of the things that citizens can do. And the other thing is to exercise pressure on the political system so that it does something about the lack of security.
La evolución de las redes sociales
The evolution of social networks has actually helped citizens so that they can be part of it with better efficacy, either by making a report or by making popular demonstration. The use of social networks was one of the factors in Guatemala that originated the resignation of the resignation of the president. I would like to concentrate on this topic because this is a chapter of the history that is still at stake. It is not a process that has been completed just with the resignation or the leaving of the president, Rosana Valdetti, and the vice president. The truth is that we are still waiting for the juridical process during which evidence is going to be filed to make the judgment on to do justice management. It is important because even though it's a topic of corruption, I put corruption and lack of security together because they are very similar and they have a lot of complicity. In the case of the CC, research was carried out for about a year and a half before many of the news that came out. So we're talking about investigations that were carried out during a period of time, number one. And number two, of course, it is the collaboration between the District Attorney of Guatemala and the Commission Against Impunity in Guatemala of the United Nations. If you go to Guatemala, for example, you will be told that the U.S. Embassy has been a key factor in the strengthening or in the support of these processes. And to a certain extent, because most of the investigation in both cases has been done with phone tapping. So we have been able to document with telephone conversation tapping the different types of corruption that we've seen. The other factor that I believe it's important with the CC, it is that it's a process against the president and the former president. But if we look at the case, the CICIG has investigated cases with municipal mayors, with House representatives, judges, members of the district attorney, companies and corporations that have participated in different acts of corruption. Of course, we have acts also against drug dealers, but this is with, the CC has been done this and has touched different levels of government and different levels of the judiciary, number one. And number two, it also has touched political parties. Why do I focus on this process? Well, I do so because in the end, I think Claudia in the previous panel said something like this. She was talking about the demonstrations, which sometimes are or were easier by social networks. But the truth is that, and maybe it is a sad reality, because for the case of Colombia and for the case of Guatemala, the international community has played a very important role in order to act in many of these cases where we have lack of political will and we also have lack of international participation. So we have impunity as the king and nothing changes in those cases. Now, with respect to the demonstrations, I would say that the CICIG played an important role, not only because of the juridical process and the investigation process and the creation of the whole case, but because in the end of the day, it empowered citizens and provided sort of a counterweight against resignation for the prevalence of impunity, which is present in so many countries of Latin America. Of course, the other option for citizens is the non-institutional path. And the invitation that I received from the INE also talked about some of the questions regarding self-defense groups. Even though I acknowledge that Guerrero and Chiapas have the case of community police with cultural and indigenous justification, self-defense groups are totally different from those, and they should not be compared with this type of police forces. Personally speaking, I don't see self-defense groups as the viable solution for the problem of lack of security that we have in ejidos, in villages, in municipalities. Experience shows that the social reality in these localities is much more complex and it is much more linked. It is actually grayer than white and black. But the truth is that there are people in the community, I'm about to finish, that have affiliation with criminal groups. There are politicians or ejido leaders that are also affiliated or have a certain type of relationship with criminal elements. Therefore, self-defense groups could actually be taken over by criminal groups to face their rivalries with the appearance of a fight headed by citizens, and also they could be taken over with political forces and without even paying attention to the principles of human rights. I'm not going to give you examples because I don't have time to do so. However, the examples in Mexico are located in Michoacán and in Guerrero. And for the case of Guatemala, of course, in the internal conflict for 36 years, we have the civil self-defense patrols. Very briefly, and the last question has to do with if the population can create a complete citizenry, and if the problem is still a cultural problem. Demographically speaking, women represent about 50% of the population in most of the countries of the world. But more than increasing the quota, the gender quota in post and the judiciary, I don't know if it was Claudia, the representative, who said something about having women in offices. My experience is that
nombramiento de mujeres
Sometimes the appointment of women
predomina la
in
corrupción.
countries with corruption
Es el equivalente
is the
a
equivalent
el nombramiento
to
de una caperucita roja que
nominate
proyecta muy bien, pero rodeada de viejos lobos
any other position surrounded by all those that know how to maneuver and how to manage the institutions that at that time are going to be headed by a woman. And with this, I come to the end.
Muchísimas gracias, Armand.
Thank you, Armand. And now I pass the floor to Benito Nassif, board member of the INE.
Hola. Muchas gracias.
Hi, and thank you.
Quiero
Board member
agradecer a los organizadores de
San
este
Martin.
evento,
I would like to first acknowledge my appreciation to the organizers, to Idea Internacional, to the PNUD, to Democracies, to the UNAM, and of course to the National Electoral Institute for inviting me to participate in this forum, in this sixth Forum on Latin American Democracy. It is an honor for me to share the panel with distinguished participants. We have heard an international point of view, but I would like to take this opportunity to share with you the perspective of the authority in charge of the organization of the elections in Mexico in order to reflect on the exercise of citizens' rights under the context of violence, as the title of the panel says. Particularly, I would like to talk based upon the experience that we had in our last elections, federal elections and local elections in Mexico. I would like to share with you some insight from the empiric evidence, from the experience, taking into account how this context or violence inhibit the exercise of their rights, of the rights of citizens. And I would like to speak about two variables that we usually work with. Citizens' participation on the day of the elections, measured with respect to the percentage of citizens that have been registered with our electors roster and those that go to the ballots to vote. And number two, the creation or the formation of the voting tables, and that is the organization of the citizens that during the day of the election are present to work as voting spaces members, to do the vote counting, to fill out the minutes during the election day. Of course, we have a lot of evidence that could actually be talked about from experiences of previous years. I would like to speak about what happened during the electoral process that took place last June 6th, and related with some of the variables that we can also measure, because we do have indicators of structural violence per state, such as the homicide rates per every 1,000 inhabitants, which help us to make a comparison of figures from one state to another one.
Of course, we have segregations that are higher in different municipalities, but I will use the information that we have right next to us and how these different contexts of violence can have an effect on the participation and organization of elections. If we talk about rates of homicides per every 1,000 inhabitants, we see which are the most violent ones. and others are far from the rates because they are the ones that have the lowest rates of violent crimes. What are the entities of violent crimes? You won't be surprised if you are aware of the news. Which are the states that have the highest rates? Well, we have Guerrero. Guerrero is a state that has violence rates of 42 homicides for every 1,000 inhabitants, when the national average is below 10 homicides. 10 homicides for every 1,000 inhabitants. We're talking about Guerrero having 4 times the rate. Other states are Sinaloa, Chihuahua, and Morelos, a state that is basically new in the context of violence. And then we have states that have the lowest rates of homicides. Yucatan is another extreme case where we have the lowest homicide rate for every 1,000 inhabitants, or states like Aguascalientes, Tlaxcala. What is the relationship of these rates with the indicators of participation that we have obtained from the elections that passed? Well, Yucatan, the hypothesis that at a higher rate of homicides, a lower context of violence with a low homicide rate, you think you will have very high participation. And Yucatan is the model of high participation rates with very low rates of violent crimes. In the other extreme, curiously, it's not Guerrero that follows the model. It's states such as Chihuahua, where we see a state with very little participation in comparison with the national average on the day of the elections, with also high rates. But despite these 2 cases, what the evidence tells us is that the relationship between citizen participation in elections and the context of violence measured this way is confusing. Because, for example, Morelos has participation of 56% in the previous elections, and it's higher than many other entities that have lower violence rates compared to Morelos. The participation rates are linked to other variables. One variable is very relevant, the type of election. In the elections that took place this past June, some states, for example, only had federal elections to choose the members of the Congress, at a federal level. In average, in these states, we had less participation than in those states where we also had local elections, specifically where we had elections for governor. Those states had the highest participation rates. So citizen participation also has to do with the type of election. Some elections are more interest to the citizens than others. The ones for legislature have a lower interest than those for governor. And if we only take into account elections for governor, those states where we did have governors, Guerrero is not among the lowest in participation, but yes, it's not the highest either. Some other indicators that are related to high or low rates of participation are those indicators with a lot of immigration, a lot of people leaving. Those are the ones that have lower rates. But generally speaking, it's not the context of violence that gives us a clear explanation of why participation rates vary so much. So what do we have for the polling stations? Mexico has a citizen model of electoral organization. Those citizens that make up the polling stations, well, first, they are randomly chosen from the electoral roll. A random sample is taken, and then you go visit them at their house. And once they accept the training is given, then they are appointed, and then the idea is that they will participate on the day of the elections. There's no sanction if they don't. It's just a civic activity, and that's how we carry out our elections. That's why this type of participation is so important for the authorities in charge of the electoral organization. And throughout the process, we measure how the acceptance is taking place. First of all, notifications of those who came out in the random sample, then they are informed, they have to accept it, they have to go to the training, and then specifically if they are going to be chair of the polling station, secretary, or whatever their position is. And in the end, what's most important is that on the day of the elections, those who you trained and that you invested a very important amount of public resources into for the elections truly do show up on the day of the elections to offer their citizen services in the polling station. So we pay close attention to three main aspects of concern. One, that they don't reject the training. We have training rate of rejections, absenteeism, where they don't show up on the day of the election. And the last indicator of concern is that they don't set up the polling station. So this means that the citizens of those areas don't know where to go to vote. So we analyze how the context of violence affects these processes. And we have seen that, in essence, these indicators of violence, like the homicide rate, does not affect rejection. It's not translated into higher rejection to collaborate in the elections, nor is it related to absenteeism. Rejection is related to other things. We did have very specific rejection issues in the past elections at both federal and local levels. For example, polling station representatives, but these had no direct relationship with the indicators of violence or the local context of violence. The highest levels of rejection that made us find more and more citizens took place specifically in urban areas like Mexico City, Hermosillo, Nuevo León, etc., and not necessarily in those places where we have the highest rates of violence, like, for example, Guerrero. Also, absenteeism of trained citizens, those that did not show up to set up the polling stations. It wasn't concentrated in entities where we have the highest rates of violence. It had to do with other factors that we are studying right now, but they do not show direct correlation with violence. What happened with polling stations not being set up? Well, it's another indicator that went up in these past elections, and that was concentrated mainly in 3 federal entities: Oaxaca, Chiapas, Guerrero, and in a lower extent, Michoacan. But are these related to the violence? Maybe yes. But I think that we have to make a distinction regarding the type of violence. One type of violence is the political violence. In this case, it was there to boycott the elections, and it didn't allow us to set up the polling stations in a higher number than those that we are used to in this country, where the rates of setting up polling stations are usually really high, almost 100%. But in Oaxaca, Chiapas, and Guerrero, we went down in these rates that historically had been quite high. But it wasn't this context of generalized violence that caused it. It was like a political violence that was related to union guild conflicts, mainly in different areas where they used threats and they pressured the electoral authorities as currency for their negotiation. I conclude with this, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, Benito. I want to say thank you to all 3 of you. We have received an important number of questions, and I think it has to do with the fact that we have been talking about the same topic, but with 3 different focuses, and according to what has been studied in the different arenas. But I think these give us elements to strengthen the main question. So what do we do within this context? Because the problem is visible, not only in Mexico, but in other countries in the world. But how do we face it? How do we improve our citizens based on the conditions we have in the face of contexts where, like it has been said, it's been insufficient for the state that can offer the origin of the context of violence? So what I propose is to answer questions that are directly addressed to you, and then we can put these questions together that can be interrelated so that each one of the speakers can share their opinions on one or more of the topics. I am going to begin with Gustavo. One of the first questions that is presented has to do with a question that Aman brought up. What is the opinion of the community guards? But there is another question that is addressed to Gustavo, and this has to do with some of the proposals presented. How do we include children in lowering the gap in their rights to participate? I would say that these are the 2 questions we have. And I would also include in this first series of questions, this is a question that has to do with the community guards. It's like self-defense. So the question is, how can we create mechanisms that are not isolated from citizens or not lawful groups? So first of all, we will give 2 minutes to Gustavo so he can share his remarks. First of all, I think that citizens have to have clearly active policies, and I would dare to say that the dynamics themselves of those of the states, meaning what doesn't make sense is to create instruments such as citizen watchmen or the auto defenses like we see in Colombia. I would say that the main role that the citizens can have to consider that vision of positive peace that our political philosophers were talking about, of having an effect on the fundamental causes that cause violence, to have an effect to avoid young people going into violence. So we should not take over. Well, they should not be isolated. They should have an effect on those areas to create the necessary conditions with or without the states to make it possible to obtain these areas of peace, with initiatives that also have a direct relationship with the second question that some of you have posed, a fundamental environment with initiatives like pedagogical initiatives of peace. In some universities, they are creating a network of universities for peace, and they mainly have to do with creating education for peace, but not in the university areas, but in the basic areas, basic citizen preparation and values that make it possible so that these children that have this basic knowledge of the values of defense that make it possible to meet the conditions of peace, be the ones that can build societies of peace and harmony. So these are constructions the citizens have to build and having an effect on the conditions that make it possible to have peaceful societies where the bets on the medium and long term, and also with a correct management of conflicts in a personal family level, neighborhood level, community level, be the methods of fundamental work to earn peace against violence. Thank you very much. The next question is for Armand. Violence is good business for the state because of the relationship they have with the weapon industry. Violence is good business for the state due to the interests they have with countries of the weapon industry. But since this is a question that includes other elements, if you agree, Armand, we can go to Benito. No, I'm ready. I'm ready to answer that question. That's very interesting and complex, but easy for somebody that has the cynical level that I have, and I don't have any public position, so I can give my opinion frankly. There are two topics here with justice management. In the previous presentation, we talked about corruption. We talked about corruption regarding government acquisition processes. On one hand, I'm going to talk about this aspect and later on about violence. Number one, the institutional weakness in security in Mexico are, to a great extent, and also in Guatemala, is based on the fact that the institutional strengthening of these bodies have been taken over by interests of illegal activities and not necessarily in the institution of the government bodies. And I can share very specific cases, but I don't have enough time. But I will talk about this very briefly. Number one, the purchasing of
Para mí es difícil entender
radars in Guatemala. For example, I can't understand how the government can be buying radars when
el promedio de mortalidad
the average of child mortality is the same as countries in Africa. In Mexico, we have exemplary cases. There are different bodies in different departments, but obviously public security is one. Violence, in the end, if you base yourself on the fact that there is complicity between criminals and political stakeholders, violence, in the end, is something, I don't know how to say it in Spanish, but it's an offshoot. It comes from that interrelationship that's so complex and perverse. And I conclude this point with the fact that Benito was talking about the processes of management and electoral processes, and that's the purpose of INE in Guatemala, of the electoral higher court, and that's good. But the reality is that both in Mexico and in Guatemala, the number of candidates, mainly at municipal levels, in territories where there is trafficking of weapons, people, and drugs, the assassination of municipal candidates, not only before the campaign, but kidnapping of relatives, death threats, candidates and relatives, the assassination of candidates that have won the election before they take post is a real phenomenon. And this is a case where the different interest groups are doing this to maintain their interests. And it's not so much related to the process that INE has to carry out. Thank you very much, Armand. And now for Benito. We have two questions. One is directly related to various stated, and the other one has to do with INE and not necessarily with what was indicated. The first one is if in the past elections you observed an approval in citizen participation thanks to having just one polling station, so they only had to line up in one line. And the second question is, what direction should the new civic education strategy have to be able to promote citizen participation? Benito, you have 2 minutes to answer. The first one is very easy to answer. To have brought together and standardized and streamlined the electoral calendars, because before this, the federal elections took place on a certain date and then the local ones on a different date. But now, only with the exception of Chiapas, all the other 16 federal entities voted in their local elections on the same day as the federal elections. And this represented an improvement in participation rates. Why? Because elections, like I said, for governor, specifically with those and not exclusively for those, We have municipal elections that also are quite attractive for voting. Caused that voting be more interesting than in those states where they were only voting for federal representatives, and that was translated into a higher participation rate in midterm elections, which is in the middle of the 6-year period, and here it represented more than 44% in average, where usually the participation was between 40 and 42%. So the answer is yes, even though it wasn't just because we had just one line for the voting. Now, if we talk about the strategy of civic education, I would say that the best strategy for civic education that a country can follow is the free and complete discussion of public interest topics. And when we promote this, we will have more information for citizens, more debate, and more interest to participate in the different modalities of public life.
Muchísimas gracias, consejero Nassif.
Thank you very much, Nassif. Like I was saying, I will read some of the questions, hoping that later on you can have 3 minutes to make a final reflection considering the questions, because I think the reflections are very interesting. One of these says, how can we rebuild the social tissue in a country like Mexico when the violence has an influence on democracy? On the other hand, peace is met through public policies or with the activities of the citizens. If it's both, which is a priority? On the other hand, how can we strengthen the link between citizens and politics and lower the rates of violence and give further legitimacy to electoral positions? One in the polling stations. How can we lower corruption and impunity in a democratic society such as Mexico? On the other hand, they ask, would education be the key to improve the equality conditions if it's a principle to promote further citizen participation? So what can we do so that the governments can make a priority of these public policies? On the other hand, what do we do when violence begins or is exerted among the political parties to destabilize it? How can we stop this lack of answers to poverty and marginalization? On the other hand, we ask about the opinion of the origins of violence. Is it because there is inequality in the distribution of wealth? On the other hand, they ask, is violence due to the social, political, economic conditions of the society? And what is the solution so that the state policies can truly resolve this issue, because they have failed? On the other hand, they ask, if the government is harsh, has a hard hand, they can work with the demands of citizens. So how can you make sure that you do not create a spiral of violence among societies? How can you accomplish citizen participation in states such as Chiapas, where the political parties did not respect equality of gender, as well as stopping political violence that is exerted against women when they are candidates and when they have won the election? How can you have citizen participation where organized crime is strongly promoted and it breaks this participation, when can the state negotiate with organized crime to accomplish peace? And if violence generates violence, institutionalized or recognized, like with community guards?
And the role that international bodies have played for the case of violence in Mexico. And two questions that are out of the American context. In one of them, they talk about if the Arab Spring only strengthened the Islamic State, and the second question talks about the case of Lebanon. With the excuse of the bombings, elections did not take place. So what to do to change the political elite and achieve alternation? How many questions per person? No, it's actually part of the insight and the reflections that we have, so that everybody has 3 minutes to make a final statement. Well, I will talk about the ones that have to do with the recomposition of the social fabric and the creation of public policies. I am totally sure that there will be situations in which violence has decomposed this social fabric. However, the recomposition of that fabric needs to be done within a given period of time. I mean, don't believe that because changing a public policy or just because actually we want from the public agencies to do something decentralized or tools that would give us results to the short term. Therefore, citizens need to be very aware that all those bets are long-term or medium-term. So we need to work with processes that go from the lower levels to the upper levels. With that I mean with children, within families, and then into public offices at the level of the territories, at the level of the states, and at the level of the countries. So that's the bet that we should follow in this historical cycle. And it is also clear that citizens must recuperate the space that they are supposed to own. They need to be the builders of modern policies for this democracy. Public policies that address those fundamental conditions to overcome violence, but also not as an exercise of using one single public policy too much. It has to be an ongoing exercise. Or citizen organizations need to reivindicate in every area, in every department, something with which our public policies will be structured. And this exercise needs to be done not only from the lower level to the higher level, but it must be an ongoing process, and it must be a process within which citizens' awareness becomes the main element to recuperate and to establish the role of the state. So I would dare to say that the fundamental basis so that collective project creates the conditions to overcome violence, even with states that do not have that much participation or that do not have that much will, the citizen's voice will be the fundamental element, the one that will be born within our families as the structural element for the basic conditions to overcome conflict, to solve conflict, and to overcome violence.
Muchas gracias, Gustavo. Armand, por favor.
Hay muchas preguntas.
Armand, well, too many questions, but I'll do my best to answer it and trying to be proactive. The reality is as follows. As it has been said before, we all know the diagnosis of the problems. The reality is that the diagnosis of what is needed is also known. We're not asking to create something new. People already know what is needed to strengthen the state, to strengthen democracy. The problem is the lack of political will. For the case of Mexico and for the case of many of the Latin American countries, the focus initially was the promotion of electoral democracy. And that was the most important action by many governments, by many NGOs, and by many international community agencies. And I believe that that thrust itself has lacked something to promote the strengthening of the judicial branch. For the case of Mexico, you may remember, before 1997, the president appointed the general state attorney. But then, with Cedillo, it was decided that it was going to be nominated by the president, but ratified by Congress, with the purpose of increasing the force of the judicial branch. But the truth is that, the legislative branch. But not only in Mexico, in many other countries of Latin America, the legislative branch have to do with the interest of the political parties. That's their goal. So that reform came to the top. Nowadays, in many countries of Latin America, the judicial power is not independent. So what does it need to do? Those judicial reforms, the transition of Mexico through oral judgment, to oral trials, the citizens, the NGOs need to speak about the backwardness in many sides of the country in that transition, for example. Demand accountability from the executive power to expose judges and the opinions given by them, to carry out academic studies about law enforcement, how many cases that have started have actually been completed with judgments. Citizens must do something to strengthen or to exercise pressure for the creation of political will so that it will happen. But my opinion, unfortunately, is that citizens by themselves can't do it. They need to do it together with the political force, with the political class. And I think that's what will work better for the modern democracy, and not to do it through the institutions. The non-institutional path to promote self-defense groups, and I'm not going to question governments in particular, but is the equivalent to anarchism. And I don't see the logic in it, because in the end of the day, we are just weakening these institutions that we need in order to have adequate judicial branch management in a country. Nassif, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Pamela San Martin. In my last participation, I would like to talk about something that Armando said a few minutes ago with respect to the figures in election organization. I think all those figures show something that cannot become a comprehensive diagnosis of a democracy. They provide information, for example, that polling stations are set up, that we have people coming to vote, so that we have the minimum operating rules so that citizens can come and vote, and we can guarantee that their votes will be counted and well counted. But everything that happens around that could be as important as that. It is not enough that polling stations are set up and that citizens vote. If we don't have, in the process of the campaigns, the daily life of a republic and of a democratic system, the freedom so that journalists can express their opinions, can talk about their opinions, and they can spread out their research and the information they obtain. There are states within Mexico in which journalists cannot actually carry out their endeavors with freedom. So under those circumstances, it is not possible to have democracy. And with respect to what we expect from democracy, if we don't have freedom of speech, those that are in charge of such a sensitive action as the spreading of information of public interest, if they cannot work freely, just imagine what's next. Another issue was also said by Armand. The candidates themselves that are actually the ones that raise a political cause during their campaign, they cannot do it freely because they are under the threat of organized crime and of violent groups that do not allow that to happen. Campaigns, the discussion of public interest topics, public information that needs to be taken into account by the candidates that will take office once elected. That can't happen. So those things go far beyond the work of an electoral authority. And in order for these conditions to actually happen, I think that Mexico needs to keep on working with the honing of their justice bodies, their law enforcement bodies. Our main problems are in those states and in those regions where the state has backed out and where we have the prevalence of anarchism. Not the anarchism that is the dream or that was the dream of the 19th century, but the state, the natural state of lack of law with a permanent war, where the state and the state forces are just an additional force of that complex, violent, and brutal movement in the balance of forces in those regions. So the state to be over those forces with professional forces that do follow law, all those circumstances that have to do with the exercise of civic rights will not happen in this country if we don't have that. Thank you very much, Mr. Nassif. And aware of the fact that I gave you like half a minute to answer the questions, instead of I making the final closing, how about if I give you 1 more minute to because we are so close to be removed from this podium so that we can have a final reflection. I'm going to take my minute to answer a question that was left in the air with respect to the Arab situation and the problem presented of associating automatically the Arab Spring with the rise of the Islamic State. I think the Arab Spring actually a great success for freedom and rural situation. And I would say that the management that we have done as Western society, especially the United States withdrawing from Afghanistan, and the lack of orderly and negotiated withdrawal from Iraq. And a fundamental thing, with respect to the fact that we Westerns are not aware of the fact that there is not going to be peace in the soul of Arabs until we do not eliminate the culture brought of that Islamic hate and that culture growth that we know, the solution to the Palestinian problem and the solution to the Arab issue that they have is not going to happen unless we are aware that that's the fundamental key, that those are the fundamental causes by which youngs are being recruited in the Arab cities, but also in the Western cities. In Spain, they just detained 2 young boys that were to be part of those lists. We will not be able to do so until we achieve that. I don't know what else to say, but we need a change in the paradigm of the governments. I do believe that instead of establishing sieges such as Otto Pérez Molina in Guatemala to show how harsh he was and he was going to be, instead of hiring marketing companies, public relations companies, to promote the well-being of the situation in Mexico, personally, I believe that we need to change the paradigm. The strengthening of the judicial branch cannot be seen as a failure. See, as soon as I start saying something that is controversial, I receive this little card. The change of paradigm is important. The strengthening of the judicial branch should not be seen by the executive and by the legislative power as a weakness for them or for the country. It should be the strengthening for the country. It should be the strengthening for the state. And if we don't have that change, I would continue being cynical.
Benito, por favor.
Sí. Muchas gracias, Puebla. Bueno, yo quisiera
Benito,
referirme
I would like to talk about the experience in our country, in Mexico, in our last elections.
fue especialmente difícil, complicado.
They were difficult, they were complex. It was very, very difficult to organize elections in this lack of energy, in this disappointment environment of disappointment in all the institutions of the democratic system, especially the lack of encouragement because of 2 important problems in our young democracy: violence and corruption. 2 problems that are closely related. And this lack of energy changed into the lack of participation that characterizes it. And I believe that's the equivalent to dumping the water, the dirty water of the tub with the kid in it. So we should continue with the practices and the strengthening of democratic institutions. Democracy, it's not a fragile plant. It can actually survive under harsh conditions, and it's the best alternative to long term to really overcome these important issues, these important problems, and the protection of human rights.
Muchísimas gracias a los tres asistentes a esta mesa y pues para no quitar más tiempo a la siguiente mesa que ya debe estar, ya viene con un poco de retraso, no queda más que agradecer. Ya no hay... Me decían que había otra mesa, pero muchísimas gracias.
Les robamos un minuto de su tiempo para cuestiones logísticas, sobre todo comentar que mañana tenemos una mesa en árabe, entonces les agradeceríamos que de entrada en el vestíbulo van a estar los aparatos de traducción para que una vez entrando y registrados puedan tomar sus equipos. Y segundo, al igual que el día de hoy, les agradecemos su puntualidad y sobre todo llegar tiempo antes para que el flujo sea más rápido. Muchas gracias y bonita tarde.